Hey, good morning, everybody. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know what? For this, let's be a lower right gamer today. Let's get bigger. Ooh. How's it going, everybody? Happy Sunday. Welcome to Trailer Day, the, I don't know, quarterly show where we hang out and we watch video game trailers today. Together. I have my short list. I hope you have a list of things as well. Meltalar is already shouting about Modulus 1.0 hitting release. I don't remember which that one was. I think it's a factory game, but you know, so it goes. How's it going, everybody? How's your weekend going? Periodic? You know, it's close. Oh my God. Good morning, Anime Kitty. 97 months, holy moly. Why are you awake? I mean, it's 8 a.m. That's not bad. Why am I awake? Happy Eastmas. Thank you, IQ. I guess, yeah. Bun day. You woke up at 5 for no reason. Dang. What a show off. Must be nice. Inkslayer. The God Sub. 76 months. What's up, friend? I knew I managed to shorten my month. Appreciate you. Mahal, thank you for the 88. Heck yeah, Trailer Day. You couldn't get back to sleep? I've been sleeping so bad the past 3 weeks. I've been sleeping so bad, I'm getting in my own head about sleeping bad. Like, I'm like, oh, it's time for bed. And then I get like sleep anxiety. I'm like, no, I can't sleep. And then my heart starts to race. It's actually awful. I don't know what's going on. I just like cannot fall asleep at night. It's a bummer. You woke up at 4:30 this morning too? Rough, friends. How y'all doing? Hope you're good. Yeah, it's a weird new kind of insomnia. As a longtime sufferer of insomnia, this is new, different insomnia. Yo, babe, wake up. Insomnia 2.0 just dropped. Heck yeah. Woo. Oh, happy pants with 100 biddies. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit enter a clinic to donate blood. The nurse asks the rabbit, "What's your blood type?" The rabbit replies, "I'm probably a typo." Happy Easter. It made me laugh. It made me laugh. It took me a second. I was like, And then I said it out loud and I was like, nice. Nice. Surge pioneer new and exciting forms of insomnia. Well, I mean, what can I say? I'm something of a trailblazer. Ooh, a sneaky friend. Rewarded happy pants with a sub for that pun. Enjoy the emotes, friend. Thank you. Thank you, whoever you are. I appreciate you. You also woke up at 4:30, but my body is set to early shift. That's valid. I kind of want to yap for a bit. But I kind of also just want to get into trailers. Oh, I got a bit of a yap. So I have some friends who are visiting Victoria from out of town. I took them out for dinner last night, which is, you know, a thing you do when your friends are in town. And then we decide to go for a bit of a ocean walk. Because, you know, I live on an island and the ocean is very pretty. And there's a place in Victoria called the Breakwater Wall. So there's like, you know, land does its thing. And like, this is all ocean, right? This is all ocean. And in order to protect the marina or the harbor, there's this thing where like there's a big man-made wall and it goes out like this. And then there's a lighthouse here. You know? My diagram is perfect. There's a little diagram there. And then, you know, this is all water. So this walk is, I don't know, like 45 minutes there and back. Like if your car is parked all the way out here or whatever. So we go down the walk. First thing we see before we even get to Breakwater, a little harbor seal. And you're like, yeah, okay. A little bit of ocean wildlife, whatever. And then as we get like halfway through, there's like a kerfuffle. It's a good word. There's like a Donnybrook happening in the ocean just off the edge. You're like, okay, what's happening? And there is an enormous sea lion. Like this thing is probably approaching like 3 meters long. How big do sea lions get? Let me make sure I'm not exaggerating. How big do sea lions get? Like these things get pretty massive. They can weigh on average 300 kilos and can get upwards of 9 feet, 2.4 meters long. Huge. The largest one ever can get 1,000 kilos and 3 meters long. This thing is enormous. This thing is huge. And it is bullying an octopus. It's like it's coming up to the surface and it's got something in its mouth and it's just going whack, 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 like slapping this thing on the surface of the ocean and then tossing it and then grabbing it and doing it again. And there's like this huge crowd that's just being like watching nature unfold in front of us. You're like, what is happening? Like, what is happening right now? So we sat there and watched the beauty of nature for like 10 to 15 minutes. And again, we're just like, please stop. You're just being mean now. We walk to the end, then beautiful, majestic blue heron flies by, just like, you know, doing ocean stuff. We're like, wow, this is incredible. And then I look back towards the shore and a friend of mine is like, is that smoke coming from the park? I'm like, I don't know. And I look and then in the distance, the park is on fire. The park is just like on fire. And there's flames like 20, 30 feet in the air. And I'm just like, what is happening right now? So I call 911. I haven't called 911 in decades. I call 911 and, you know, police, medical, fire. I say fire. And am I not dreaming? No. This all happened. This is a lot. This is, again, in a 45-minute walk. All these things back to back to back. So I'm on the phone with 911 and they're just like, hey, is this the Dallas Road fire? I'm like, yep. They're like, we're on it. I'm like, okay, great. Click. Sorry, there's dust on my mic arm. So yeah, they just hang up. I'm like, great. Okay. Fire truck rolls up. They put it out. I'm just like, what? Holy moly. Get back to the shore. That same little harbor seal is just like living its beautiful little natural life. It was a very excitement-filled evening, you know? Oh yeah, 100%. Still glad I called it in. Anyways. So that was my Saturday. You know, pretty classic partying like a rock star Saturday for Jaeger over here. Another 100 bits from Happy Pants. I had to take my door to a mental hospital. It was all unhinged. Oh, yeah? Door work ahead. I certainly hope so. Or what's the... Oh, I screwed that joke up. Never mind. I always call it in because I assume no one else will. I mean, it's important. It's important. There's that really famous murder that happened somewhere in the States where like 30 different people heard something happen and none of them called it in because they assumed that someone else was going to. This is like a classic, like anthropology and psychology cited example of like assuming that someone else will, if there's enough people involved, everyone else, the bystander effect, yeah, everyone else thinks that someone else will do it, right? It's pretty wild. Wait, that was made up by the cops to hide how they didn't come? Wait, really? Really? Is this just like is this like that McDonald's hot coffee case, the hot coffee trial, where a woman spilled coffee all over herself, got like awful burns, tried to sue the company for like serving stuff that was way too hot, and they went on this like massive spend basically trying to like attack her character and undermine her, that whole thing? Is it another example of that? Or the spiderweb caffeine use photos. Wait, hold on. Oh my God. You didn't hear about the smear campaign aspect until years later? Yeah. Joe says the bystander effects was literally in my psychology textbooks. But that doesn't mean they weren't wrong at the time. Yeah, textbooks. It's interesting, right? Anyways, video game trailers. Yeah, I like the way you're thinking. We are spiraling. Look, it is important to be critical of the media that we put in. Period. However, let's do suggestions later. We'll put the viewer suggestions down here. Let me cook. All right, first up, we have Minos. This is interesting. I'm always looking for games like Dungeon Keeper. That'll be all I say by way of introduction for this one, and tell me what you think.
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm Kacper from Artificer, and we're making Minos. I'm recording this because Danny from Devolver told me to. He said that you said that the game looks cool, but seems a bit complex. So, Minos goes like this. There's a Minotaur in a maze. That's you.
Minotaur.
Adventures.
I like how he pronounces it.
Across the land to slay the famous monster. For glory and gold and fame and stuff.
Sounds like a game about a Minotaur. Nailed it, Inkslayer.
And you put in traps, so that the traps, the maze, and the Minotaur eliminate everyone. No survivors allowed. So here's how this works. From the get-go, you'll see a preview of where your labyrinth leads the enemies. You shape the labyrinth in any way you like. Straight up, or long and windy, or anything in between. You design the maze to lead the enemies into traps. You inspect your traps and decide what goes where for maximum destructiveness. And obviously, not every trap works on every enemy. Watch out for the resistances and unique abilities. You'll have to plan carefully to make the best use of the space you have. You can set a sequence of traps matching the order of incoming enemies. You can split the enemy groups down separate paths. You can use traps that affect the whole groups of enemies. You can link traps with pressure plates so that the right hits the right dude. Or a mix of all the above. And if all else fails, you can send the Minotaur to fight. Rearm traps, smash walls. Eat gold for nourishment. Throw gold as distraction. Hide, evade, and surprise.
Catch!
All that being said, it's better to...
Yeah, this looks really interesting, eh?
Traps. This way, you gather more blood.
We're trying to murder? Yes, this is... Well, it's a tower defense game.
And it will reward you with...
It's just a very funny premise.
Minos is a roguelite game.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
This means defeat isn't the end. You'll keep your progress and upgrades, but you'll also get a fresh start on your toolset of traps and artifacts to discover new playstyles, synergies and combos. And if you look closely, you'll also discover
throwing money at your problems is far too real.
secret levels, secret puzzles, secret keys that open secret doors leading to secret corners of this underground world.
Oh.
So, this should give you a clear overview. I hope Danny likes it, and I hope you like it too. Now, please go and check out the Minos demo. I honestly think it's the best game I've ever worked on. So, thank you. Bye.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I really appreciate that trailer because they had an earlier one. And I kind of get it. Because this is the first one they had without sort of the narration. And this feels much more like a classic trailer, but honestly, the one where the developer gives insight into what you're doing and why is so helpful. So helpful. the blood fountains is kind of a lot. Can we suggest trailers? Yep, later though. Later. The formula. I have my list, and then I'll do a big call to everybody. And that'll let everybody get in, and that way I don't have to like constantly be checking chat and updating stuff. So how would you describe this game? So this is a single player tower defense where you're a Minotaur. I mean, you're not really the Minotaur, but yeah. Tower offense. I mean, you're still it's still defense, right? Like, I don't know. It's very interesting how a lot of people don't just see this as a very traditional tower defense. Someone earlier called this towerless tower defense. I mean, tower defense as a concept doesn't always need towers, right? Like frost traps and everything, you know? It's just tower defense. It's just tower defense. Yeah. Good morning, friends. Welcome on in. Where you're defending a labyrinth against pesky explorers. Thoughts? I mean, when you phrase it that way, it sounds an awful lot like Dungeon Keeper, huh? Towerless tower defense. Now we're talking. Words have lost all meaning. So, I mean, here's an interesting question. Who is Minos? Dungeon Keeper is more of a city builder, though. I mean, I know, but like, you know. Was Minos not the Minotaur? Minos was the king of Crete, son of Zeus and Europa. Oh. So Minos was the father of the Minotaur. Interesting. The Minotaur was his son. This is like a Frankenstein's monster all over again. Didn't you play Hades? I'm going to be real with you. The amount of lore I actually absorbed from that game, oftentimes there's just a name, and then all that happens in the discourse is chat objectifying the person we're looking at, and then you just kind of move on. Minos was not the father? Are you telling me when I skimmed this, I didn't get all the information? When Asterius died, Minos was boasting to himself that he deserved to rule the shunning of the gods. He was the heartless. Okay, he did feed people to the Minotaur, but he wasn't the father? Hold on. Who is the father of the Minotaur? Where did this Minotaur come from? Yeah. By his wife, the daughter of the sun, and the mother of the Minotaur. What does this sentence mean? You think Zeus is the father of the Minotaur? The Minotaur was defeated by Theseus. Okay. Minos is a stepfather? Okay, so this is a misunderstanding. His wife birthed a Minotaur, but he didn't father the Minotaur? He was the stepfather of the Minotaur? Okay. Let's not call me out for getting things wrong that much, all right? In the family tree, the Minotaur would still have to call him dad, okay? Jeez. All right. It's complicated. Yeah. Also, everybody knows I can't read. Okay. We have our pitchforks ready. You're not my real ladder. You're a step ladder. Hey, I'm still helpful, right? Without me, you couldn't reach the top of the refrigerator. God. The Minotaur Rebellion. You're not my real dad. Shut up, boy. All right, next up we have Dungeon Settlers. Stop it. This is a colony sim based dungeon crawler where you manage your expedition to build. Wait, hold on. Where did somebody was telling me earlier that with my old man eyes. Did you already make the font bigger? Where was it, sweetie? Can I make it more big? Settings? Where are settings? You mean preferences? You didn't make it big enough. Steam. Joe doesn't want me to show things. All right, we go to accessibility. Hey, UI scale. Oh, baby. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Now we can all read this together. Imagine being able to read all of this. A colony sim based dungeon crawler where you manage your expedition to build a settlement in a barren land, provide food and shelter for your people, then lead them into a deep and merciless dungeon. Overcome challenging combat by your strategy. Got to account for those old man eyes. It's true. This looks really cute too. When did I get my eyes checked? It's been like in the last year. And they said I was fine, chat. I don't know what to tell you. RimWorld plus Undermine. Kind of feels like it's got a little bit of Necess as well going on. Honestly, like a reworked RimWorld. Or like a RimWorld Lite that, you know, doesn't have programmed stuff. Sounds kind of great. I would probably love RimWorld. It just doesn't feel very surge safe, you know? But this game looks super cute. I don't know. I'm curious how deep the systems are, right? You see a certain dwarf game in this? I mean, it's kind of hard to look at games in this perspective and this art style and not compare it immediately to games like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress. Joe says, I mean, Core Keeper's pretty different. Core Keeper's closer to like Terraria. It really depends. Like a colony management game is very interesting because it depends on whether or not you directly control a character yourself or if you just kind of let them do their own thing, you know? Because like classic colony management games would include, you know, oxygen not included and stuff like that. It's the same underground aesthetic. Yep. Allegro. Kind of dig this. This is Dungeon Settlers. Q3 of 2026. Did somebody mention oxygen not included? Oh, I'm gonna get myself distracted. All right, hold on. Let's type words in here. This is a fantasy colony sim. We manage the settlement of a RPG party. This is the second time I've typed the word adventurers. Wait a second. Are these two sides of the same coin? Shocking. Inkstar, what's the name of the new Oni game? I need to check. Did you read Dungeon Crawler, Carl? I did. What's up, Caffeine? All right, 2 games I want to... Hold on. Before we go to the audience suggestion, games I want to revisit. I want to check out and revisit the following. The Star Wars XCOM. I want to see if there's any news on the away team. What was the other game I wanted to check out that I'm always excited about? I mean, obviously, it's like, I don't think there's any news that's worth looking for. Would be if Bethesda's made any announcement for the next Elder Scrolls game, but I can say with some confidence nothing else there. It's called Star Wars Zero Company. I've seen articles about this, but I don't know if there's like a new trailer or anything, but that's fine. How you doing, Caffeine? Good to see you, friend. Yeah. So anyway, for people just joining in, or basically the way I've done it for all of these, I make a list up here, and if there's notes under it, this is where you get to catch up on what you've missed. So you're here in time for number 3. And my dearest Joe, if you could be on coffee duty, is this game not called Rinthine? Well, I haven't slept, my love. Do I have a trailer over here for this video game? Did I just like make up this video game? Does this video game not exist? I've checked Steam. I've checked YouTube. And whatever this word is that I typed in does not exist. Rinthine. I have no idea. Put that away. Do we have a coffee counter? I mean, the number is always going to be 2 or 3. But if we wanted a coffee command that just said, you know, it could also just say this. Could it be this? Maybe? What did I type? I deleted it afterwards. Oh, it is this. How did you... Wait, oh, I missed one word. One letter. I didn't get the end there. Interesting. Neat. Nope, y'all got there. Thank you very much, chat. All right, check this out. This game looked pretty. This trailer's kind of a vibe. Littering? This trailer's also really quiet. There's fishing. All right, let's watch that again now with more Now with better audio. Looks cute, but I'm not sure about the animation. I mean, the movement there is a little bit weird. It almost feels like it's like missing frames. What is the goal? I don't know. This is, sometimes trailers don't do a great job of telling you the what or the why. That would be more of a why. I think trailers, I mean, like much like movie trailers too, you kind of wanted to know what the premise is, what the game is, not why the game is. It's interesting because it kind of looks like, it gives me an interesting intersection of like, Don't Starve, but also Hades. They're saying it's a survival crafter. I mean, the toolbar, the mining, the crafting, and the fishing kind of makes it look like that, yeah. Yeah, like look at that. I don't know, the idea of you have these beautiful, beautiful, beautiful roguelike games where you go through these rooms and you never hang out there, and then making one of them your base is kind of interesting. Growing crops, you have a campfire, you have a crafting table. An adventure survival sandbox game developed by Optilusion. Players will traverse through stylized environments to find resources, take on dangerous mythological entities, and survive from room to room. Interesting. Anyone else struggling with Twitch audio? Uh-oh. I hope not. Bird? Yeah, some of the animation here is interesting. Like the room was very pretty, but like maybe there's supposed to be an animated empty suit of armor. Very interesting. This kind of also reminds me of Wizard with a Gun, which was an extraction shooter-ish. I don't know if you'd call something like Vault Hunters. What would you call that? What would you call Cult of the Lamb, right? When you have simultaneously Darkest Dungeon, Moonlighter. Yeah, these games where you have like your gameplay loop. I mean, again, XCOM is kind of funny this way too. Your gameplay loop is you have like a base or a town. And then you go and you do a mission. And then you get a bunch of stuff and you put that stuff into a bag. And then you take that back and then you upgrade your base. Right? Because it's funny, like this is Darkest Dungeon, this is XCOM, and those are very different games. This is Moonlighter, this is Vault Hunters, this is Wizard with a Gun. Like, I wonder what this core gameplay experience is called. Base building roguelike. Yeah. Hadn't realized how many games had that sort of that core loop. It's funny because this is also the core loop of like extraction shooters. This is also Marathon, right? That being said, I don't know how much of this is involved in Marathon. This is why video games are fascinating. You can have the same bones, but you'd build around it. Makes it unique for sure. Define it loosely enough, and Assassin's Creed fits in it too. I mean, yeah, This is the loop, but not necessarily the mechanics. Isn't there a distinction between pure roguelikes and those with the development loop? Yes, that's the difference between like a roguelike and a roguelite, technically. But yeah, all games are roguelikes if you're tilted enough. Minecraft hardcore run. I was actually flirting with the idea of throwing Minecraft on the roguelike roulette. So this is a, how fast can you build a canal? Canal any percent? Pretty fast. All you need is a bucket. Adventure, survival, sandbox. I don't know. What's up, Holcomb? How you doing? Man, I love trailer day. Kind of just hop all over the place. This is like the perfect day if you want to yap and get distracted and just talk about whatever. It's so good. AfterQuest is a fast-paced roguelite RPG with tactical turn-based combat. These words have got me hooked because I have always wanted fantasy XCOM. You know? We gave up. Oh, just the Korean barbecue is missing. We gave up on BBQ chicken again yesterday. Y'all, I don't know what's going on with this chicken place. So for those of you who don't know, here's the tale of Joe and I just trying to try brand new Korean fried chicken that opened in Victoria. Which is our favorite. This is when we were in our Alberta exile. This is like a very famous Korean fried chicken franchise that has locations all over the world and only just opened one in Victoria. So we're really excited that it opens in Victoria. We try and go. They're supposed to have a soft open that they announced on Google late March. We set aside our day. We go to call. They just don't. They just push everything back a whole week. April 3rd, which is 2 days ago, they're supposed to be open. I call in the morning. They say, yes, absolutely, we are open. I'm like, great, that's amazing. I'm on the Friday night paper fight on Friday. I'm supposed to be done at 8. I tell Joe, start Rice at 7:30. This is going to work great. The stream goes an hour late. I don't get out until almost 9, which is not great. I call, they don't pick up the phone, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I just drive there, just in case. I drive there, I walk in, and they're already cashing out. They're like, hey, I'm sorry. We were so slammed today. We ran out of chicken. The chicken place sold out of chicken. So then yesterday, Joe finds out that they're open at 10 in the morning. She's like, great, I'll call them right away. We can have it for lunch. And they pick up the phone and they're like, hey, I'm sorry. We sold out yesterday. We're not getting anything in until 2 o'clock. So there goes our lunch plan. I'm like, okay, that sucks. Whatever. I wrap up my stream. I give them a call and they're like, we're so busy. We're not taking takeout orders. And I'm just like, come on, man. Like, I'm glad they're successful, but I just want chicken. I just want chicken, chat. This place is actually a front. Yeah. Well, the answer is obvious. Please, Gunner. I'm trying so hard to chicken max. I can't see the obvious answer in front of me. What is the obvious answer? This is obviously a conspiracy against me. Yeah. Open my own chicken place with blackjack and actual chicken. I like Koo's idea. Just chicken heist. Chicken heist. That'd be a really good name for a chicken place as well, right? Yeah, and then the irony if you ever actually got robbed. All right. New plan chat. It's been a good run as a streamer, but I'm now a full-time Korean fried chicken cook. We're opening a restaurant. It's called Chicken Heist. You're all invited. How long could it possibly take to open a restaurant? I can get it open by the end of the week, right? Right? I live in the Northeast United States, and in my hometown, they opened a Raising Cane's. The lines of the place were to the street from the drive-thru for chicken fingers. What's Rising Cane's? I've never heard of this before. Chicken tendies? Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers is an American fast food chain specializing in chicken fingers. What? The third largest US-based quick serve chicken chain behind Chick-fil-A and Popeyes. Huh. They've been serving stuff since 1996. So 30 years. The company is named after a dog. All right. Interesting. The fried chicken is marinated and battered. Okay. Okay, game. It's good, but it ain't that good. I mean, that's the whole story with most franchises, right? Ooh, what if I opened a fusion cafe? Half fried chicken, half high-end coffee. Oh man, I didn't think about that. I don't think the deep fryer and the delicate notes of specialty coffee particularly mix that well, but here we are, you know. Who names their dog chicken fingers? So when one of the first places I worked as a coffee roaster, there was a time where we were rebranding our espresso, which was a very interesting, just a really cool experience, right? I'd be, tasting like dozens of shots of espresso. We're trying different roasts. We're trying different blends. It was probably one of the more interesting things I've gotten to do in my coffee career. And then we had to name it. We had to name the espresso blend. And around this time, I don't know why, we called espresso, instead of an espresso, we called it a fatty spro dog. I don't know why, but you'd go up and be like, give me one of them fatty spro dogs. Okay? The what now? The fatty spro dog, man. It was popular at the time. All right. And the owner of the cafe had a dog named Byron. And I was like, here's a great idea. On our menu, we call the espresso Byron. And then we label our beans. We rename your dog Fatty Spro Dog. It did not take off, but I thought it was very funny. Didn't expect this much pushback. Is this like fruit salad all over again, chat? Man, you have no imagination. Pat Surge. All right. AfterQuest. A lot of pixel art stuff right now. Taste my blade, creepy elf. It's interesting because this looks like a combination of like Darkest Dungeon, but also a classic JRPG. Wait, isn't that the bad guy from Undertale? Oh no, they all died. Trailer number 2. The loading screen was very Diablo 2. Interesting. If that thing reanimates, I'm teleporting you both out of here. A retro RPG. Oh, interesting. So it is going for, so like the screens of, where is it? The overworld map, right? The overworld map with encounters on it is very interesting. It's like very old school Final Fantasy, right? You're getting Final Fantasy XCOM. I mean, it kind of like the side combat here is very Darkest Dungeon. You know, you have an initiative order at the top. Where'd my lip goo go? It seems like a love letter combination of a lot of fun archetypes, eh? Oh, for what it's worth, you get 0 XCOM vibes. Oh, that is the opposite of what you said. Yeah, neat. That is, in fact, the opposite of what you said. I don't know why. When I saw for what it's worth, FWIW, I was like, Final Fantasy. I looked at this. Look, I looked at this sentence, chat. Right? And I saw Final Fantasy vibes. Right? I saw I skimmed it. It was like Final Fantasy XCOM vibes. This seems neat. I obviously want more information, but like, this looks really cute. So anyways, we're calling this Final Fantasy XCOM vibes? No. This feels like classic RPG. Darkest Dungeon would have more moving mid-combat. I mean, we don't know if that's not there. And the moving mid-combat's interesting. It's just like you swapping of positions, but who knows? I don't think that's like, again, I don't think that's like a make or break part of what you'd call like the core part of Darkest Dungeon. Anything jumping out of this? All the games have been kind of bangers so far, Goldhar. But mind you, this is the part where I curate my own stuff. Yeah, like I'm wondering if the blue is mana. I wonder what the red means. Spell points, maybe? Maybe, yeah. Red is life, blue is exhaustion. You think that's an exhaustion meter? I mean, if it does have like an exhaustion or sanity meter, then it feels very Darkest Dungeon as well. Huh. Level up. I know which one Braum would pick. All right. I know there are some vampire survivor sickos in this community. This is not that game. This is ReVamp.
Ages come and go. Yet mortals never learn. Foolish enough to challenge me. Only to see me rise. Deadlier. Bloodier. Thirstier. You'll never defeat my army.
So this is another, like, tower defense. Imagine Castlevania, but a tower defense.
For all eternity.
Isn't that interesting?
From my master. For her.
Kind of a reverse Rogue Legacy. B, the Castlevania. It also feels very Castlevania, because isn't in the lore of like Castlevania, the castle is constantly changing and moving and stuff like that as well. All right, watch it again, because it's short.
Ages come.
Also, I like Moonlighter and Cataclysmo. Cool dev.
Mortals never learn. Foolish enough to challenge me. Only to see me rise. Deadlier. Bloodier. Thirstier. You'll never defeat my army. Nor conquer my castle. We're cursed to fight.
Do these vibes survive losing? What does that mean?
For all eternity. From my master. For her.
It generates the buttresses when you change the layout? Hold on. Oh, you're talking about those in the background?
Nor conquer my.
Right, as you change it, the background changes. Oh, that's kind of cute. Yeah. Oh. Does the game continue to feel cool playing more after losing? I mean, who knows? I don't know. I mean, the thing with most tower defenses is very, I don't know. I typically think of it as like an endless thing. You play until you lose and you get a high score. It's like the classic arcade game, you know? Tower defense in the world of Castlevania, where you're Dracula and you're building out the castle and you're defending your castle from invaders. It's very interesting. I don't know if it's just like my algorithm, but there's definitely a theme. Like all of these games so far have been very surge coded. It's either a tower defense or like a dense RPG or both. And I'm kind of here for it. Inkslayer lost a brownie point. Dang. Anime Kitty, sleep deprived, out for blood. Ooh, we're involving Joe, the ultimate arbiter. Oh, man. Anime Kitty laughing at your pain. Dang. All right. New game. This is called D.O.R.F. Real-time strategic conflict. Take command of one of 3 unique factions and conquer your enemies in a twisted vision of the future. Construct sprawling bases, scour the land for resources to mine and refine, and assemble powerful armies on land, air, and sea units. This one was interesting. I don't know if I'd play this one, but I love the aesthetic. I think the aesthetic and vibe of this game is very interesting. It does kind of feel like a love letter to Command & Conquer, for sure. Well, like, look at some of these backdrops, right? Like, it's got an interesting amount of like whimsy for what is otherwise just kind of like an RTS. Yo, Illinois Dole, what's up, friend? Thank you for the half year. I appreciate you. This is built on the open Red Alert engine. Really? Yo, that's kind of sick. Giant rolling balls? That's so cool. And now there's just a giant... Oh, I don't know what the weird mecha spirit thing is. Like, look at all these weird little guys. So yeah, like... Again, I don't know if this is the sort of thing that I would play, but sometimes I like to just show games that I think are interesting. And I think this game is very interesting. I don't like that it auto-scrolls photos, because then it replays stuff. Maybe After Dark. It's not even necessarily about After Dark. I haven't actually played an RTS in a very long time. Was that building a giant head? Yeah, they just did a bunch of really weird architecture. Not only was one of them a giant head, I think another one was a giant hand. It's a finger just pointing up out of the ground, right? They're just having a good time making things weird. So like, love letter to Red Alert. Let's call it an RTS. A lot of whimsy. Call it gritty. Very Command and Conquer? Yeah. I mean, that's what I have for Red Alert, but yeah. All right, give me a second, friends. I have to use the washroom. Take a quick bio break, and then I've got 5 to go. And then we'll start getting your suggestions in. So start looking up things that we're looking for. Oh my goodness. Lirazel, thank you so much for that 5-bomb, friend. I super appreciate that. You're all great. All right. If you just got gifted a sub, throw some hearts in chat. Thank you very, very, very much. I really have to pee. I'll be right back. Hello, we're back. Joe forgot about coffee. Oh, okay. The good kind of forgot about coffee. It's not like it's been sitting there and getting sad. She hadn't started. Oh, that's better. How brewed is it? Currently 0%, but now we're getting started. All right. Hey, you want to talk about another game about trains? How do you feel about trains, chat? Welcome to the Ironfront Express. Command the Ironfront Express in this roguelite lane defense. I think we maybe looked at this in Steam Neckfest, I think. I'm being profiled. Any trailer with Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy is A+ in my book. Oh, this is different. I have not seen this game before. There was another train roguelike where you're like going up the side and it was almost Mad Max style combat where people are trying to pull up beside you. Weird. What? No. It wasn't even Void Train. No. It was a game where it was like side to side combat. So, oops. So it's like, this is the main rail that you're on. And like, this is your train. And all your different train cars have different abilities, right? And then what would happen is like, Mad Max cars would pull up beside you. And they'd be like, this homie's going to attack here. This homie's going to attack here. This homie's going to attack here. And then you had your like buttons for your turn where you had to attack and defend or whatever. That one was called Fog Piercer. Look at what a good job I did describing that. See? Basically spot on, right? Trains. It does have some kind of cool mechanics where if you like blow up the front one, it detaches everything. Oh no, it happens to you too? No, this game is trash. What's up, Hope? There's an older one like this too. I mean, like I said, people love trains. How many people in chat have played Mechabellum? Somebody can name the game for your description. It's a good description. I mean, I'm kind of the king of being unable to remember names. Just listen to me try and name any Magic card, right? I've never played Mechabellum, but this is what I imagine Mechabellum would be like. Does that scan at all? I wrote this song for you, chat. It's somehow even more tower defense. I do like the big robot. You just poured your lunch down the sink. Takeout time, devastating. Oh man, Joe described that as like, you know, when you try and like strain pasta and you just spill it everywhere. Yeah. You're going to one-up me. I can't remember names, so I replaced them with things like TV clickety-stickety. Nice. I haven't played it, but I fell into the rabbit hole of watching Mechabell in tournaments. Interesting. Does have some similar visuals? Okay, thank goodness. Thank you, Liam Ross. Yeah, Mechabellum seemed like for people who like auto battlers but didn't want it to be like League of Legends. I once tried to strain potatoes, missed the strainer, and dumped them all into the sink. One time in the summer, years and years ago, because Joe and I have been together forever, I made this massive thing of chicken Alfredo. Like absolutely delicious, but probably like a ton. This is when we were doing like batch cooking, and I'd make one giant thing of pasta, and that's all we'd eat for like an entire week before I got really sick about it. So picture this, killer, absolutely killer chicken Alfredo. I'm like, yes, I love this. We go to bed. I wake up in the morning, and in the middle of the summer, and I'm talking like, you know, like high 20s, which is hot for Victoria, high 20s, low 30s. We wake up in the morning, and I left it out on the stove overnight. Because before you put something away, you need to let it cool for it to be food safe. Yeah. Cream and chicken. Not just one of those evils as a thing you want to leave out overnight. Both of those things just left out overnight in the hot kitchen. Yeah. So that felt bad. That felt so bad. That was so much food to throw out. Oh man, it was brutal. You did that with an entire shepherd's pie and cried? Yeah. Getting sick is worse than wasted food? Oh, for real, right? Like there's no world. I thought about it. I thought about it for longer than I'd care to admit. But like, you can't. You can't, right? This is why I put things in the fridge when it's warm, not hot after cooling for some time. Yeah. That like, it is important to let things cool before you put it away. Like, that's the thing. But if you put it in the fridge when it's hot, that can also make you sick. Which is counterintuitive, but that's how it works. I've done it a few times with accidentally leaving leftovers from the restaurants in the car. Oh, you get in the car the next day and you're like, oh no. Yeah, the other thing is you break it up into multiple smaller containers, but so it goes. You have to set timers, set alarms. No, again. This has happened to us once. All right. How would we describe this? It's another tower defense. They're calling it a lane defense, which is kind of interesting. Let's go with that. Train-based lane defense. Legally distinct TD. With cool, big robot vibes. Joe's listening to the stream, not watching the stream, and she thought I said legally defense, tee-hee. Legally distinct tee-hee. Oh. Leaving a load of groceries in the trunk of my car, forgetting about it, only to discover it the next time I get groceries is totally an irrational fear. Yikes. I hate that. Hey, chat. I need your help. I don't know if this is a Canada versus America thing. Is it C or S? Oh. British English versus American. Okay, so it is a, okay. Yeah. Kind of like this. Because we all know that this is the correct one. Right? King's English versus American English. Well, Gunner. As the monarch is still on my currency, I know which one is correct. You in color just looks silly, hurtful. I've used them interchangeably my entire life. I never thought about it until this exact moment. I get a little bit more self-conscious because I have to, you know, put these words in front of people, these people being you. PoE is the only game where I'll see the you in armor and think nothing of it. Let's go. We have a poll. How block? Chat? Now's your time. Now's your time to shine. Where's my Commonwealth at? On behalf of the Queen. I guess the King now. I write things the American way, often based on who I think is reading it. Oh, no, you got to stick to your guns. I deliberately, when I write things that I know are going to show up in videos, I make sure the you is there. I fight to include the you. So, statistically, I want to say about 55% of the people who watch me are American. But they sure are louder about it. Like, it's closer to 50-50 than you think it is. But boy, are the Americans more present. Somewhere there's a European who's just like, he's right, but I'm not going to say it. You know? The Americans like to engage, and I love you for it. Oh my God, look. Let's go, the rest of the world. All right, defends with a C. The people have spoken. All the quiet ones tend to be from Canada. That's valid. Guns, eagle scream, and football. I hear footsteps. I see coffee. Chat.
Like the better version of seeing ghosts.
You think that was a failed 50-50? Man. I prefer the British spelling. Put some effort into language. Thank you for not putting the T in British. Really making sure we're pronouncing it properly, Pixie. In it? Was that the correct use of in it? Hey, you want more RPG pixel stuff, chat? Because good news! It doesn't exist. What? This is a YouTube one. Look how cute this is. Look at these chickens. That is a lot of butt. Uh-oh. Hold on. Time out. The vibe suddenly changed. Interesting. Sacred? I remember that being a series from almost 20 years ago. Interesting. The Last Pixel of Ancaria. I don't have any other information. I just saw those bun buns and I was like, I'm going to write this down. And I don't know anything else. So it looks very cute. Coming soon to Kickstarter. Yeah, who knows? My YouTube recommendations are fascinating. So on the one hand, I thought about using incognito mode so that I wouldn't ever be judged on my YouTube recommendation feed. But on the other hand, I pay for YouTube Plus or whatever it's called, so that's ad free, and that's so much better for a viewing experience. And I keep circling back and forth between those 2 points. What were they? Hold on. What am I being judged on here? So what are we looking at here? It's pretty similar. Yeah. So yeah, League of Legends Pro stuff. Jorb's doing a video essay on Slay the Spire. K-pop, the new... I didn't actually love this new BTS song, but I'm not a huge BTS fan. And then this is a new recommendation. The funny thing is, here's 3 things I've already watched, and now they're like Frog Funk Therapy. Sure. You ever realize you have a mug graveyard in the corner of your desk? Literally never. It sounds like an office problem. Yeah. And then SNL, video game trailers, ski stuff. Yeah. They track your IP anyways. I keep getting recommendations for things my roommate watches and I don't. That's valid. It was 2 Jorbs in that Lisa music video. Yeah. We don't talk about the mug shame corner. I mean, the thing I'm proud of is my magic shame corner is better than it's ever been. You know? Okay, so this, let's describe this. This is a trailer of a Kickstarter. Trailer for an unannounced Kickstarter. Very cute pixel animals. Sudden anime moment? Does that accurately describe what we looked at? I think that does a good job of describing that trailer. Skiing, are we ski lovers here? I haven't gone skiing in a while. I used to be a huge skier. The problem is, here's a problem I've been struggling with lately, chat. All I do is stream. Right? And when I first started streaming, I had a lot of stories to tell because I did stuff. And then all I've done is stream for 8 years. And I've had a very hard time having stories to share now as I get into it later and later. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to do things with people and then turn that into content, because then who's going to want to hang out with me? Right? I like very much value, I don't know, the like streamer pipeline of like do a thing and then immediately turn it into content. It's kind of weird. Other people have jobs and they still have updates. It's just funny though, because like when I hang out with friends and they're like, so how you been? And you're like, well, no, I don't want to turn anything I do with friends into content. I think that's messed up. right? Like it's so important to have things that are mine. I don't know. Go to Disneyland with Koo, but then I have to not work. Then I don't get paid. You know? Yeah. I need to share a photo of my last time skiing because it's very funny. And that would have been in late 2024. Where were we? Because I haven't gone skiing since this moment for reasons that will become evident as soon as we get there. All right, that's me moving to Alberta. I think it would have been March of 2024. All right. So, my last day skiing, I want to show you a photo here. This is a photo of my binding. Focus. Actually, give me a second here. I believe this photo is actually just uploaded. This is the last time I went skiing. I have never in all of my years skiing destroyed a ski. I hit a rock at such speed, it ripped into the base and actually ripped the edge off the sides. I haven't got new ones. I haven't gone skiing since. And every winter I keep getting surgery instead. This is not only, these skis are destroyed. You'll see at the top here too. It also ripped it off. Like these skis are just dead. Yeah, very sad. Now, mind you, I still have like powder skis, but I don't have resort skis. So that's a thing. What's the difference? One is meant for God. It's like the difference between a spoon and a knife. One is meant for floating, one is meant for cutting. In powder, the snow is very, very, very soft, so you need something very wide, and then you just kind of float on top of it. And the idea is to have big surface area so you don't sink. In resort skiing, the snow is very, very shallow and very hard, and so you need something sharp so you can cut into it so you can turn, so it's not just ice, so you don't just slide and die. Can resorts not get powder? They can get powder for like 20 minutes and then it gets skied off. There's something that they call like an all mountain ski. It really depends. Like you can get like a pretty big ski, but you don't bring like powder skis. Then when would you need powder skis? When you go powder skiing, when you go to not resorts. So one of the things that I used to do every year with my dad is we would go cat skiing. Meow. We'd go cat skiing. And in cat skiing, what happens is there's a mountain. There's a mountain, but there's no like chairlift on it. Like normally what happens is there's a chairlift and then like 8 million people ski down it. In cat skiing, what you do is you get into a tank. You get into a tank. And it drives up the mountain. And then you ski down. And then it picks you up and it drives you back up afterwards. That's not a boat. Hold on. This is almost exactly what I drew, right? Like hella skiing, but in construction equipment, kind of, but also like 20% the price. Hella skiing is like, I don't know. I haven't actually ever gone hella skiing, but I'm assuming hella skiing is like 5 to 10 grand a person a day. And when I was cat skiing, it was like $800, including food and accommodation per day, which is still expensive. Like it is not cheap. Yeah, per day. I've never actually gone hella skiing, so I don't know how much it is. Skiing on a hole seems pricey. It depends. It depends. Like the hardest part of skiing is, do you already have the gear? So it's one of those lifestyle things, right? A season's pass for a resort for skiing is like, depending where you go, it can be anywhere from like $600 to $1,200 for the season. And then you need to take that number and then divide it by whatever the day pass cost is for how many days you have to do to break even. So when I was my Alberta Exodus, my dad is a great example. My dad gets in like 35 to 50 days a season. So he's at the point where like a season's pass is great for him. But like, it's probably not unusual if you don't have gear and you have to rent everything to be expecting to pay like $500 to $800 a day. Is that a lot or average? The average skier, I think, is 6 days. The average person does not pay off a season's pass. Or it's like a gym membership as well, right? A lift pass, around 100? It depends. Whistler Blackcomb, I think, is like $300. So this is one of the more like famous ski resorts in the world and in BC. How much is a price? Yeah. So like, if you want to ski a day at Whistler, y'all, yeah. That doesn't even include gear rental. That's assuming you have all your stuff. Vail is like that as well. Yeah. But you could find way cheaper places. It's tough. How much is Lake Louise? So this is the resort that I went to all the time as a kid, was Lake Louise in Alberta. And this like, that's way more expensive than growing up. Your local hill's like $85 a day. Yeah. And then, so what's their season pass at right now? Full season pass. Hello? Oh, there it is. Wait, save up to $940. Where's the actual price? Maybe. Sorry, you want to know the price? You can't afford the price. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's not cheap. It's not cheap, which is also part of the reason why I haven't, gotten too much into it. But yeah, skiing. My one true love. Behind surfing. Wait, Joe said, sorry. I mean, Joe's my one true love. Sounds like golfing. Yeah. It's so funny, right? If you don't have a hobby, like the cost of it sounds unimaginable. But if it's like the thing that you do, you make it work. Like, I don't understand how people can afford to smoke. I like surfing. I used to surf for years and years. And then I lost a bunch of weight. There's incredible cold water surfing on the island. So two things happened. One, I lost the use of my left hand, which made gripping a surfboard very hard. So then I switched to boogie boarding, because boogie boarding is all leg based. It's very hard to paddle when you don't have a hand. And then two, I lost like 60 pounds and none of my wetsuits fit anymore. So I sold them and I never got a new one. Anyways, video game trailers, huh? I told you today is Get Distracted Day. All right, Dark Scrolls. Dark Scrolls. And you said you were running out of stories. That's valid. So this is a genre of game, kind of like old school, some of the Mario levels, where the level is constantly moving from left to right, and you need to keep going. Wizard with face obscured by shadow, my beloved. I like that they've kind of leaned into the, like, let's just make really weird little guys. Also, I love the name. Dark Scrolls? Come on, that's a good name. So yeah, somebody called it an auto-scroller. Fantasy-themed action platformer is what they have. Oh my goodness. I'll use their word. It's a scrolls like? Yeah. Yeah. Clearly, right? Koi ploy. All right, 2 games I want to take a look at. One is there any new information on Star Wars Zero Company? So for those of you who don't know, and we'll watch the trailer for it again, because this is one of the games I'm really hyped for. They announced an XCOM in the Star Wars universe. Maybe this is your first time hearing about this game, so let's watch it. I'm so hyped for this game, y'all.
When people talk about the Clone Wars, they talk about the big moments, the crisis points. Planetary invasions.
I'm not excited about this because it's Star Wars. I'm excited about this because it's more XCOM. All right, let's be clear.
There's a war you don't see. The one fought in the shadows. The war beneath the war. A war that's won with the right strategy. Surveillance, ciphers, good old-fashioned sabotage. These aren't the heroes they tell stories about. They're professionals. Setting aside their differences to take on the impossible. That's the job, and they get it done.
I've probably asked this question before, but I forgot the answer. Can only Jedi use lightsabers, or could like anybody just pick up a laser sword? Oh, that's obviously a Jedi. They force pushed. Depends on who's writing it. Interesting. I assumed it would have been like a fancy stick. Yeah. Sorry, I guess the Sith. Yeah. Okay. So, oh God, I'm gonna get into this, aren't I? Okay, fine. All right, Star Wars people. Here's your moment. So, if Jedi and Sith are not the same thing, right? Is there an umbrella term? What do you call these space wizards? If I use the word Jedi to talk about space wizards, they're just Force users? Really? That's it? Just Force users? I was hoping there'd be like a cooler name. Space Wizards is good too. I don't know why I pronounce two that way. Were there other traditions outside of the Jedi Sith binary? Wow. Interesting. Huh. There are other factions too? What? Interesting. The Dathomiri Witches are another. Cool. Okay. Huh. Jedi and Sith are the two biggest sects. And both are from the original. Oh, God, that's so funny. This sounds like such a huge retcon. Before the Jedi, there was the Jedi. But the Jedi had a war and they fractured into two competing factions. Huh. Yeah, it's French. Interesting. Oh, God, my hair. My hair's long enough to have knots now. Everything in the crime syndicate is non-force related. Huh. Jedi went down the meditation control route. Sith went down the power unrestrained emotion path. That's really interesting. I do wonder if this game will explore a bigger world about that. All right, let's keep talking about Star Wars Zero Company, because this game is fascinating to me. We can jump in some more Star Wars stuff in a second. This is Star Wars based XCOM. I read an interview with the developers about this, and one of the things that I was really worried about was, is there permadeath? Please stop. Does anybody know if there's a way that I could turn off auto cycling in Steam? Because this bothers me when everything shifts. But I digress. We'll leave that. Is there permadeath? Yes, in settings. All right, I'll look into it another time. Thank you. Is there permadeath? Because I think it's super important that an XCOM game has actual stakes. Otherwise, it's just a tactics game. It's not an XCOM game. And the article they released said, yes, there will be. And that's huge. That's so huge to me. So this is the difference between, oh God, what was the name of that game? Maybe I own it over here. Nope. Maybe it was on a different launch or something like that. There was this weird XCOM game where you were cops. No, not Phoenix Squad. Chimera Squad. Yeah. Chimera Squad had some really interesting stuff. Like the breach mechanic was fascinating, or whatever the setup launch was, I thought was really neat. And the sort of the stakes of the missions was fascinating. But one of the tensions in these games is, I don't even know how to describe this. What are the good words for this? How do you tell a story? How do you tell a story in XCOM, right? One of the issues with a character-based story is then your character can't die. If you have a character-based story and your character can't die, then what do you do, right? What are your stakes? And it was a little bit frustrating in Chimera Squad that they'd get injured, but like nothing would happen. Yeah, or the character can't go into conflict, right? And then there's emergent story, which is really interesting. You have this like big overarching story, and you can grow attached to the characters, and you can get these like emerging narratives of like things that happen, and it makes it really impactful if they die. Yeah. No, it's not Gizmo. It's not autoplay the visit. I don't like that the pictures cycle, because then it cycles back to the video and then the video autoplays. Which will also turn off, but I digress. So I'm very happy to hear that this game has permadeath because it raises the stakes in a very interesting way for me. Older Fire Emblem did that with characters who can't die, no longer being able combatants when killed. That's interesting. Yo, what up, EK? What up, EK? So this is good. This is a very cool update for me. This is a huge update for me. I don't have any idea. Does anybody know roughly when we're expecting this? Is this like a 2027 game? Star Wars Zero Company is so hype. So hype. 2026? Oh, really? I like the sounds of this. I think Joe's getting me more goo, which is good because I need it. You love a good XCOM like? Yeah. Somebody was asking earlier, is there an XCOM like with robots? Maybe? I know 40K came out, not Rogue Squadron, but there was a 40K XCOM, which seemed okay. Hold on. A PC game article I'm reading right now. Permadeath, the signature staple of XCOM games, takes a lot more weight in Zero Company. Everyone aside from Hawks can die. Okay. I don't know who Hawks is. You like the 40K one? What was that one called? Not Rogue Company. Was it a Dawn of War game? I guess it won't show. No. Rogue Trader is the TRPG one. There's like a BattleTech game, but the BattleTech game is from like 2019 or whatever, right? I don't know if there's a new one. BattleTech Rules, yeah. Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. Yeah, it doesn't want to show. My safe search settings are like, this game is not search safe. That's very funny. Don't call 2019 a long time ago. People born in 2019 can vote now. I regret to inform you. They're getting their undergrads. Oh, it's 2018? God. People who are 2018 are getting ready for retirement. AI is taking all of their jobs. But luckily, isn't the promise that it's going to implement universal basic income for everybody? I highly recommend BattleTech. I've heard good things about BattleTech, but I don't know. Big robots. Oh my God, it's $53? It's $53 for a game from 2018? Why? I beg your pardon? You can get it on sale frequently. I mean, I realize that, but like, a game this old should be $5.99 on Good Old Games. There are some companies that never let games go on sale. I believe Nintendo does that as well. I mean, luckily, look, if this was a PlayStation, it'd actually be $100 more now, right? Like, I guess that's something. COD Blop is still $40? I guess so. I have heard good things about this. One of the other things that's interesting about this game in particular is if you don't like the XCOM percentage stuff, you're like, oh man, I have a 90% chance to hit, you can miss. I've heard in BattleTech what they do is like, cool, I fire 300 missiles with a 90% chance to hit. You feel a little bit better about that, right? All right, anyways, let's check out the away team. So a game that I wish that I was good at is oxygen not included. This is a game that I feel like should be a Surge game, and I constantly feel too dumb to play it. So, they've announced a sequel to Oni called The Away Team, where instead of doing a full colony management game, you have one person. Maybe I can handle that. What do you think? Wow, this is suddenly so much more topical with the Artemis mission. Surge, I literally have a chemical engineering degree, and Oni's fluid dynamics and chemistry is too complex for me. All right, well, as long as it's not just me. You hope Artemis 2 doesn't end up like this? Isn't this the goal? They literally want to colonize the moon, y'all. Like, not even hyperbole. The mission is not to go. I mean, this one, they're going around. They're not even landing. But like the stated goal of a lot of this stuff right now is eventually to set up like permanent moon stuff. But yeah, this is single player Oni. Yes, right? How hype is this? It just feels like the scale is so much more manageable. I don't know. This is very intriguing to me. I don't know. I'm very curious how they're going to balance this, right? Because I imagine there's going to be way more automation because you have to do everything yourself. It'll be probably a lot less. What's the word for a person in Oni? Oh, right. Duplicant or whatever. Yeah. No, it is a dupe. They're dupes because they get duplicated through a teleporter. Yeah. So I'm intrigued. I imagine it's going to be the same sort of thing of like, oh, I'm sorry. You made your smelter out of iron and not out of steel, you absolute melon. Well, now it's on fire and your homie is dead. But we'll see. A train is passing through your apartment and it's shaking. Are you sure you don't live in a train station? They've recently introduced Bopes, bionic dupes. That's very funny. So yeah, this is something I'm keeping my eye on. I don't know when this is the release. Arclight. Inkslayer. Don't read into that too much. Do we have a release date? Don't read into that too much. What's up, Gusta? Oh, you're cube drafting. Let's go. No release date. Fascinating. It's not the first time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, SRAB? How are the trailers? They've been really good so far. We're actually about to approach the audience suggestion portion, but I want to keep yapping for a second, and then I'll let the chat start to spam. I already lost my thought. Yo, what up, Fall Pier? Thank you for the 71 months. Are there any good Brotato-like games? I mean, Brotato had a major DLC and just had a pretty major update like a month ago. Highly recommend Brotato. Oh, somebody was telling me something worth looking into is Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Apparently has a DLC? Question mark? Coming soon, the heavy duty expansion. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is incredible. The heavy duty expansion launches on April 30th. This game is great, by the way. If you're looking for another
Management has evaluated your
another survivor like, this game is great.
founded lacking. So, to meet quotas, R&D is sending reinforcements. Introducing the Demolisher. Yeah! The Demolisher, he doesn't just change the Darksea's landscape, he demolishes it. DRG has always demanded excellence in mining from you. Now we demand velocity.
This is gonna change everything!
So get on with it and get to work. Unless you don't have what it takes for this heavy duty.
Rock and stone forever!
You find the item management to be a little bit tedious? I think that's valid. Yeah, a lot of weird little fiddly decisions that don't feel that impactful. That's valid. That's very, very valid. I like that the tires are chained. Did you hear a rock and stone? Oh yeah, you heard a rock and stone. At some point, I'm going to meet Arclight and the universe is going to implode. I met Gunnar in person. He was way more normal than I expected him to be. That's my story. I got to meet Gunnar and Rach at a con, and I was like, huh. What's up? What were the puns per minute? They were like none. He was just a totally normal dude. How dare you? I'm sorry, Gunnar. I'm sorry to undermine all of your mystique. I hope to meet Serge someday. Well, I will be at Vegas in like a month from now. So that's an option, right? Magic the Gathering conventions. The place to be. One of these days you'll make your way up north. Yeah. It used to be PAXs. PAXs used to be like the go-to thing. Are we doing trailers for games that have just gotten out or future releases? You know what? Hit me. All right, let's open the floodgates, chat. Hit me with trailers. Here are the trailer rules. It must be surge safe. If you don't know what that is, don't post a trailer. I would like them to be from 2026 and onward. The goal is to find games like recent releases or soon to come out games. I don't know if there's any other trailers. Oh yeah, Modulus just came out. Yep. All right, give me a second. Oh yeah, FPS Quest. You were talking about that the other day. All will fall. This one just released. I'm really worried that it'll make me sad. Drownlight Shelldiver. Someday I'll get to have coffee with Serge. Y'all. Modulus. This is a game that I think we've watched before, and I know they just had their 1.0 release. Raccoin, I literally streamed on the other channel. I refunded it, chat. I refunded it. It didn't click. Your stash of 2032 trailers. Are you from the future? Menace? Did I not share this on another trailer day? Yeah, I full up refunded Raccoin. You figured that'd be right up your alley. So there's, how do I describe this without being derogatory? I would describe Raccoin as a Balatro-like. In that what it tried to do was, the success of Balatro wasn't that it took poker and it made it into a roguelike. It had a lot of like really interesting stuff going in on it as well. And I feel like Raccoin, there just isn't enough agency in a coin push game to make you feel like you actually have any decisions that matter. Like, it never clicked for me. The Balatro dev also knew nothing about poker. Yeah. I mean, we could start with Raccoin if you're curious. Moonsigil Atlas. MoteMancer. Pathbreakers. Pathbreakers. Roaming Blades. I'm just going to assume all of those words are something. Subnautica 2? That's an interesting one. I'm curious how we feel about Subnautica 2. We could throw it on there. I'm curious. I'm actually curious. We could check in. We could get the vibe checker for Subnautica 2 at the end. Because this one's kind of loaded. All right, let's jump into Raccoin. Let's talk about Raccoin. So Raccoin is a game. There's a very weird classic arcade game. I don't even know why this is an arcade game, where you put in coins, the coin lands up top, and then ideally what happens is it pushes more coins than you put into it for everyone. And then you get paid. And then what they tried to do is they tried to I mean, again, Balatro-fy is maybe a little bit reductive, but they tried to gamify the whole experience. The problem with this is what, I don't know, what decisions, what agency do you have in this? Are some of the Balatro people involved in this game? That I have no idea for. None of my games look like this, by the way. It's mostly about the synergies of the coins that you play. I mean, I imagine. I don't know. There's an interesting point. Like, look, I've played a lot of games over a very, very, very long time. And this one, I did not understand what I was supposed to do. Like, at all. And every time I played a little bit longer, I would be like, what does this word mean? It just felt, hold on, give me a second here. All right, here's an example. Here. I grabbed a copy of Neuromancer off of my shelf. One of the classic books of all time, right? Banger of a book. Trying to remember this. I didn't jump in quite as hard. I'm just trying to remember moments of like getting into Neuromancer and just being like, man, this book just like is so term dense, right? Actually, a lot of these words are just normal now. Maybe it was different at the time. All right, terrible example. But the idea behind it is like, there are times where it throws you into a place and there are terms that are new to you and there are terms that are unfamiliar, and like how quickly you pick those up and how much friction that gives you is going to make or break an experience for you. And I've played a lot of games, especially in this genre, and I normally expect to be like, oh, this means this, right? Or you just, you reuse terms or you do direct parallels to it. And I felt like every single time I was reading something, I was like, I don't know what this does and what it wants me to do. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of bounced off me. Like, combo was weird and unintuitive. The multipliers were weird and unintuitive. The, like, how this levels up and how they play into it. Like, there's so many different mechanics, which you'd think would be fairly straightforward. And it just didn't work for me. It just did not click for me, which is interesting. And I hear there are a lot of people that really like this game. Totally valid. I'm sad that I grabbed Neuromancer and it wasn't the slam dunk example that I wanted to do. I think the game does a very poor job of explaining the mechanics at the beginning. It took me a few runs to get incremental understanding of what was going on. Yeah, I tried. I think I was 4 runs in. And then finally I was just like, I can't. I'm done. I know a few journalists who love this game, but also dislike the lack of agency. Yeah, valid. It feels like you're supposed to build the systems that give you the agency, but it felt too complicated to figure out how. That's what I was thinking as well. That's another excellent insight to it for sure. And it also feels bad if it's like, oh, you have to unlock all the stuff that makes the game interesting. Just like, why am I don't know. Why am I going to wait? I want to do Subnautica 2 last. Let's put a gap there. Gambonanza. Anyways, so that's Raccoin. So this is a coin push based roguelike deck builder. It's weird to call this a deck builder. It's so weird that you describe this as a deck builder because, oh, I guess this is the other thing that was very odd to me. Very, very, very odd to me. They call this a deck builder, and yet everything you buy, there you go. Here's another friction point. Everything you buy in this game is consumable. With the exception of the relics on the side, these are consumable. So like, where do they go? What is the idea that this is a deck builder if they just leave? Where is as the run goes on, where is the incremental growth that you're getting? You can make them return later? Sure. Anyways, that was my experience with Raccoin. Your experience may vary. Please enjoy that game. This is not me telling you not to enjoy that game. These are really ideas of why I bounced off the game. All right, next up, we have FPS Quest. This is something Cam Cool's been telling me about. Whoa. What a weird little guy over there. This is a game where your frames per second are your health. If you play poorly, your performance drops. Tweak settings on the fly, lower graphics, break the rules, and use glitches to survive. Tired of dying? You installed a mod to cheat. It's also very funny that you're in Skyrim and you show up with a shotgun. This actually looks so Skyrim. It's really funny. Oh, wow. You just glitch out the wall so you can kick them over. Oh, that's really funny. This is a very neat concept. Yeah. This seems like a fun like game jam concept. I wonder where this game lies in the spectrum of like conceptually neat versus fun to play. You know what I mean? Like, I think we can all agree that this is a fascinating concept. I wonder how good the gameplay is. You know what I mean? But then again, like, Superhot is probably one of the coolest games ever. Yo, what's up, Emma Part? Why am I using your full name? I'm talking to you like I'm your angry parent. Emma Partlow. Hi, Emma. How you doing, friend? Canadian Highlander. I saw EK earlier. I didn't want to pivot the conversation. I did brew new deck, but I digress. This game is very, very, very interesting to me. I hope it's fun to play. All right, so this is a FPS where they want you to cheat. Want you to cheat. There's another roguelike that just came out. I wonder if this sounds familiar to anybody. I was reading an article about this. There's another roguelike that's coming out where they also want you to cheat. They want you to save scum. Does that sound familiar to anybody else? You know what I'm saying? Somebody's frantically Googling. I think it's clear to say single player. No? Crickets? Okay, cool. We can move on. This seems very neat. I want to watch this trailer again. I like that there's a blue screen of death in here as well. That sounds cool. Serge, please show the trailer. I don't remember what it's called. I was hoping that would activate a memory in somebody else's brain. What if the Doom guy was in Skyrim? I mean, that's my first thought when I look at this. Like, these dungeons look like a love letter to Skyrim, eh? Speaking of which, I'm dying for any Elder Scrolls 6 news. Every time we do this. I have heard that Sky Oblivion is getting close. They're really trying to push to get it released in 2026. Seems kind of cool. You want to pick up Oblivion Remaster at some point? I enjoyed it. I wonder how much modding I could do for Oblivion Remaster now. Because about once a year, I like to do like a 1 or 2 week long Skyrim playthrough. I wonder if I could go back for an Oblivion playthrough. All right, Rogue Lords. Has Stiz found it? Dark fantasy roguelike where you play as the devil, lead famous evil geniuses? No. This is a 2021 game. I don't think this is Rogue Lords. It's fine. That's your It's Christmas and I'm going to hibernate for 2 weeks game? Yeah. We'll see. If I wait till Christmas, Sky Oblivion might be coming out. We'll see. But yeah, it turns out I thought I had bought it on Games Pass. But it turns out the remaster I just bought, I spent good money on this game. This was like $80. I should play it again. It's 120 gigs. Good Lord, Jaeger. Good Lord. All right. All Will Fall. I am very curious about this game. I'm very curious about this game. It just came out like days ago. Days ago. This is a very dystopian ocean-bound city survival game. And I'm just worried about what I like to call the Frostpunk effect.
Fall is a post-apocalyptic survival city builder.
Where I don't want to play a game that makes me feel bad.
Collapse. In a dying world overtaken by the ocean, your mission is to grow a small settlement into a sprawling colony and lead it to prosperity. Build massive, intricate cities using a physics-based construction system, manage resources, logistics, and production, navigate the needs of multiple factions, each with unique, useful traits.
Then you'll not enjoy Drownlight? I mean, they don't all have to be for me to play.
Bastion of humanity. Go down in history as a kind ruler, or as a tyrant, as long as the city prevails.
Yeah, the hanging people part is the part that I didn't love, you know? And the idea, like the physics part of this game where things can fall is, I think, a fascinating consequence.
All Will Fall is available now on Steam.
But yeah, this game looks so my jam mechanically, but I don't know if I'm gonna vibe with it like spiritually. You just need somebody to play it and tell you if the good guy playthrough is possible. I mean, again, not even necessarily the good guy playthrough. It's not about being good or bad. It's just like, I remember playing Frostpunk. Okay. I played Frostpunk, and there was an event where like somebody was so bummed out about the situation, they took their own life. They released a manifesto about how much things sucked, and I had to give the choice of, do I release it or do I suppress the news of their death? And I was just like, what is this game? Like even the like, haha, your children have to go work in the mines. You're like, okay, that kind of sucks. But that is a QuickTime event. I was just like, this is not what I want to have to deal with right now, right? Like it's not, I'm okay with a game with consequences, right? Like that part's fine. But the like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Not fond of games that present you with situations designed such that they create scenarios to which fascism is a logical answer. I mean, that, again, I don't know, is that the line for me? Civilization is an interesting example, right? Where sometimes you do need to abstract away the real life implications. One of the comments that will never not tilt me. I have to pause this. One of the things that will never not tilt me is I used to stream so much Civ 6. I used to stream so much Civ 6. And one of the things that I would do is I'd always hit random. And then I rolled Germany and we decided to go for a military victory. And somebody was like, really, Surge? Just like this extremely loaded like judgment fact about the way that we're playing a game. And I was like, y'all, this is so abstract right now. You need to not make real life comparisons to some video games. I don't know, right? Like you like there has to be some separation. I realize we're living in like a hellscape right now, but like if a video game is the escapism, I don't know. Does that make sense? So anyways, I'm okay with having to confront logistic problems in video games. Like, hey, we have to make power and we have to make food, and you can't have enough of both is kind of fascinating. But like when you add a second punch to that of like moral choices on top of it, maybe? I don't know. That can be tough. Especially when you're in front of an audience. And you're like trying to be a good person. I don't know. Making a choice in a video game is not the same as making a moral choice as a person. Thank you. There we go. I was spiraling. There's I think it's the same studio. Is it called This War of Mine? This studio, 11-bit studio, is just all about making you feel really bad. Oh, yeah. Wait, they also did Frostpunk, Lamau. They also did The Altars and Moonlighter? Hold on, what? Some of their titles, you know? Oh, they're way more varied than I thought they were. Huh. There's some grim stuff out of Studio 11. No, you're all great, chat. You're all great. Yeah. After 8 years of this, sometimes, you know, some comments stand out for a long time. I don't know what it is. So I'm nervous about how we'll fall as a result. I'm able to enjoy the aesthetics and worldbuilding of the Imperium in 40K while still recognizing that I don't want to live there. Yeah. And time to enjoy happy things. Haha. I have a friend that won't play games where you have to get food from taking out animals because they wouldn't hunt in real life. Yeah. I mean, a buddy of mine played Minecraft and wanted to try and get a vegan mod, right? Why can't I get black dye without killing squid or octopus or whatever it's called? Was interesting. You could try the demo. So the issue is not necessarily do I try the demo or not. The issue is the amount of time that I have to play video games where I'm not streaming it. I don't have time to try. Look, I don't this is probably unprofessional. I don't often test things before I stream them. I just kind of hope that that by filtering things out ahead of time, everything that I do stream is a slam dunk. You know? This is the problem with having 2.5 jobs. If I tried Xenonauts? I don't know. Probably not. And look, at the end of the day, video games are there for fun, right? If a game makes you interact with an element of a game that you don't want to interact with, you just stop playing it. That's valid. There's a world in which I kind of, how to phrase this word as well, kind of wish I was different. I don't know. Like there's a world in which I kind of wish I could stream RimWorld without feeling bad about it. There's actually a game. There's literally a game called The Trolley Problem, right? Right? And you sit here and you have the lever. And then there's like A and B. And then you pull the lever. And it's a pretty popular stream category. And it's just like, which one do you do? And you just get to kind of hang out, right? The Trolley Problem game was fun to watch for a bit. Exactly, right? There's like a whole style of creator, and this again is not a critique. There's a whole style of creator that can just like really have fun with the idea of making some people uncomfortable in a way that's like playful and ironic. And then if I try and do something like this, I just get really stressed out and uncomfortable. Maybe I'm just I can't watch like cringe humor or what do you call Napoleon Dynamite? What is that genre of comedy called where the whole point is to make you feel as awkward as possible? Like I can't do it. Like if there's that type of comedy on the TV, I have to leave the room. Right? And I feel like that's the same style of problem as this, you know, which is just like, hey, what if we present an uncomfortable situation and make that the focus of the show? This is obviously very different from, you know, sadness, but the same sort of idea. It's annoyingly popular at the moment. I feel like its peak has actually lapsed. I feel like on the bell curve of like very popular uncomfortable comedy, this was like Napoleon Dynamite, right? Napoleon Dynamite. This was like peak The Office. And I feel like it's getting smaller, but still. Some people also kind of harsh meme on you. I mean, it's interesting though, because people harsh meme on all streamers. I just take it personally. Like, I bet you every single hermit playing Hermitcraft also gets all the comments about like the ethics of villager farms and whatever. And they're just like, that's the game, deal with it. And that there's no conversation. And people say that to me and they're like, haha, slave labor. And I'm like, haha. And I just stopped streaming Minecraft, you know? So it's tough. All will fall. Y'all, this unlocked like a massive rant from me. Oh. Mechanically, my jam. Terrified, it's not my vibe. You're here for Rant Sunday. Serge is having a breakdown based on a trailer. And I'm sorry. I was kind of hoping you'd end that sentence with I'm here for it. I mean, again, I want to like this game. And then I just had to treat chat as my therapist for a second and just unpack some stuff, apparently. I searched Steam for how many trolley problem games there are. And one of the results was for what looks like an interesting space colony game for 2027. Huh. Stream it, but chat's in emote only. Yeah, there's an important boundary with every chatter that the streamer is not your therapist, but chat will always be the streamer's therapist, all right? The parasocial relationship must be maintained. Next up, The Eternal Life of Goldman. The only time I'm interested in a game with serious moral dilemmas is if the writers are actually writing it from a politically educated perspective. If you couldn't explain dialectical materialism to me in 2 sentences or don't know the difference between systematic thinking and individualistic thinking, please don't try and give me moral quandaries. I mean, yes and no. I think it is also important to give people space to try and tell interesting stories. Because, like, you can be very, very, very sincere in the way that you try and tell a story without it necessarily having to be, like, academically sound. I think there's an interesting perspective in that. My immediate thought would be games like, you know, Firewatch and Gone Home, right? Are games that are also, like, very moral or very cathartic in interesting ways. But they don't necessarily make you make choices. I don't know. I do want to push back on that slightly. But you are right that you should try and be at least a little bit thoughtful in it sometimes. Did Wielders of Essence enter your radar? Let's put it on the list. Is that how you spell Wielders? Ealu. Cute aesthetic, even if it's only 2 to 4 hours long. Heck yeah. More weird short games. All right. The Eternal Life of Goldman. In this breathtaking platformer adventure, explore a vast hand-drawn archipelago inspired by ancient fables and depicted in classic frame-by-frame animation. Defeat. Oh, we get to kill God. Okay. Yo. I love this old man. Oh, that ghost was really cool. What? This seems so cute. Check out this other trailer.
The archipelago had quite a range of ideas about who ultimately would come to save them. But even their gloomiest...
What's up, Raven? Weepy made that? Who's that?
Pinning all their hopes on a ridiculous old man. Undoubtedly, he was a spry old fellow for someone so clearly beyond his expiration date. But still, what could anyone honestly expect from a walking fossil? Maybe he'd pester everyone with endless questions, or trace his finger across his maps, which are no less ancient than he. But you'd have to be downright bats to think he'd actually defeat anyone with that funny little cane. Of course, one can blindly hope that certain creatures might rather choose to withdraw, if only out of immense respect for the age-old wisdom of the venerable reanimated museum exhibit.
This is kind of violent, actually.
Without a fight.
The first trailer didn't make it look as violent. Yeah, like shockingly harsh.
Dramatic, fantastic, as if every trivial excursion were transformed into a series of trials, and every new day brought inevitable pain. And were this life eternal, there would be no end to the suffering. It's true what they say.
Hello?
Some people...
What a tone shift between trailer 1 and trailer 2? The first one was like, haha, cute old man jump. And then the second one was just like, whoa, what? The 3 prior games are all about police corruption and fighting against institutionalized fascism. What? We're back. We're back. Huh? I'd only seen the first trailer. The vibe between trailer 1 and trailer 2 are so wild. What if DuckTales was actually like a horror cartoon? Yeah. Holy moly. Cute cartoon old man in jumping puzzles. Turns into shockingly violent? Old man murders cartoon monsters. Huh. Huh. All right, is Drownlight also going to make me sad, chat? Is that a summary you'll understand later? Probably not. I don't know. Notes are always interesting, right? Drownlight. Oh man. There was, sorry, immediately looking at this, there was a really interesting city builder. I think it was something about like the lost city of Atlantis. We had looked at it a couple of times. It was a city builder. It was a city builder that was also in like concentric rings, kind of like in, kind of like Frostpunk style. But then I just remember there's this really fascinating cutscene of like the city was built in wedges. It was called the City of Atlantis. Yeah. Did that ever come out? So this trailer, man, we looked at this, I want to say in like 2022, 2023. I wonder what happened here. right? Like, the visuals of this game looked so cool. You don't ever remember us looking at this? I've watched this trailer, I want to say like 4 times. Because one of the big final shows of this is like a massive wave coming to hit it. And this seemed really interesting to me. Like, what a beautiful visual style, right? The tsunami is coming, and you like put up the walls? According to the news section, a closed tech demo started on March 20th. Interesting. Wow. Hey, what's up, Zergen? Thank you for the 70 months. I wonder when did they first announce this? Is there a historic date on here somewhere? Maybe. Anyways, Drownlight. All right, we're gonna check this out in just a second. I really have to pee. I'm gonna take like a 30-second bio break. I'll be right back. Hello. All right, Abavis says, I added this to my wish list in December of 2022. Aha! All right, yeah, it's been a while. It has definitely been a while. Huh. I found a YouTube video of the City of Atlantis trailer from June of 2021. All right, anyways, Drownlight, a city building survival simulator set in a flooded world. Build and expand your city around a lighthouse, okay? Manage resources and make moral decisions that shape the fate of your survivals. Uh-oh. Survivors. Uh-oh. Do I need a safety hoodie? Does something dark live in the shadows? There is no escape. I mean, honestly, the vibe of Frostpunk and the circular builder around like a core thing is just cool, right? Like visually, it's just really cool. Answer there, please. Goodbye. It's so pretty. It's very pretty. Who are these people? Where are they coming from? Don't let the light fade. What happens if the light fades? I mean, this game is a vibe. Is this just a time lapse of building a city? Imagine living right under the lighthouse. There's no audio for this trailer. You're getting kind of Sunless Sea vibes from the audience anyways? Yeah. An unlit lighthouse is a safety hazard. You know what? That's fair. Why is the light red now? Imagine if the light fades and something crashes into you or a reef. Yeah. Suddenly a reef hits you and you're like, how? That doesn't even make sense. Are those seagull noises coming from outside my window or the video game? I think ironically those are real seagulls. Okay, that is a seagull outside of my window screaming right now. Hilarious. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's impossibly funny. Build a city around a lighthouse. Maybe some dark ocean spooky moments or frostpunk moments. Who knows? But the vibes do seem spooky. The spooky vibes. Is frostpunk like turning into a genre? I'm just trying to build from a place of knowledge. From their page, your lighthouse is more than a beacon. It's life itself. Keep the flame going, okay? Generate power, gather fuel, manage what little remains of the old world. If the light dies, people vanish into the darkness. It's also a beacon for the lost. The light draws drifters from across the sea. Each new survivor brings labor, stories, and hope, but also new mouths to feed. Guard the light, fear the depths. The ocean hides stuff. Yeah, this game definitely feels like it could have like some Lovecraftian vibes for sure. The terrors of the deep. You're hanging out and some kind of big homeboy shows up. Starts trying to drive all your villagers insane. Shelldiver. Oh no, it's cute. Look at that face. Take a deep breath and dive right into this cozy incremental game about a senior turtle trying to start a business selling jellyfish. Wow. Make dark moral choices about who you sell jellyfish to. Dave the Diver, but cuter? What the? I like how the trailer cut to the music. Okay, this looks like it gets kind of ridiculous towards the end. It almost looks like it gets a little bit like Endgame Vampire Survivors at the end, where you're just clearing out everything. I mean, that is, if you have the actual depth too, very, Very Dave the Diver. Is this an incremental game? I'm sorry, you've increased your bubble damage by 36,380%. Have I checked out Cauldron? I'll add it to the list. Dave the Diver-esque. I'm going to go and call it an incremental game. It is an incremental game. Called it. Came out in November of last year. Very cute. At some point, we need to stop adding games to the list. Is Killer Bean a game, or are those just two words you like, Stiz? Modulus Factory Automation. So I believe, yeah, this is one that we looked at. I was worried about this. Yo, this just came out too. All right, let's talk about the release trailer. That's a game? Okay. So this was a trailer we've seen before, and I was a little bit worried about it. Then they had a demo, and people played it, and they really liked the demo. And now it's out. So one of the things that I was worried about was how granular you have to, like, in the factories, make the thing that it makes. You purchased the full game, but you haven't played it yet? Yeah. There's a couple of factory game enjoyers that I watch. And a couple of them check this out. I think they streamed it for like a day, though. Anyways, this is before. This is now.
Do you build? You ask questions. You discover problems. You invent solutions.
I actually low-key love the idea of a view in a factory game that shows you your efficiency, green, yellow, and red light. Like, that's great, actually. Like, that's great. What an incredible filter for the genre. Constant refactoring bugged me. Oh. But we'd love to refactor. Love 3 refactor.
Modulus.
We even have a song to refactor with. Yeah.
Now.
Build, automate, and optimize elegant production lines in a factory game from modules that you create. Whether you're solving intricate logistics puzzles or designing an aesthetically pleasing factory, Modulus is built for creative expression. Your solutions, much like your factories, are uniquely your own. Refactoring is free, there's no cost. But what about my time? So, like, how do we describe this factory game? What makes this factory game different from other factory games? What is this factory game's hook, chat? This reminds me of Shapes, but with more difficult shapes. That's interesting, because Shapes was a game that I did not like. Shapes is a game where you're automating just for the sake of automating. There's no... It abstracts away a lot of the things that other factory games makes you want to do. Right? Like, in Satisfactory, you know, send them off to space. So there's like a little bit of a narrative hook to make you actually care about what you're making. And then Shapes like abstracts that all away to be like, oh, it doesn't matter that you're, you know, an iron ingot is turning into an iron plate. They're just like, you take a square and you cut it into a circle. And then at that point, it's just like, I don't know. I don't want a factory game to be a puzzle, if that makes sense. The best factory game I've played recently was Dyson Sphere Project. That game is very good. Do they have a 1.0? Is this game out? Still early access. That's so funny. I did a pretty big playthrough of this. When did I most recently play it? They released like the Dark Tide update or something like that, 2024, 2 years ago. They had a major update where they introduced like combat and an enemy, which was kind of neat. You should revisit it since. I mean, Satisfactory was in early access for what, like 9 years, 8 years? You wish I had multiplayer? There's a mod, but it's not bad. Interesting. Dyson Sphere would be interesting for that. I think the world is so big. I just wonder what you do, but yeah. Yeah, Dyson Sphere is worth revisiting. This game is great. But anyways, what makes Modulus... Let's go back to Modulus, chat. Modulus. Satisfactory was only in early access for 5 years? Okay, pardon me. I'm just going to leave it as factory game, I guess. I don't know. All right, a couple of these I know we've looked at before. Pretty sure we've looked at Outbound. Pretty sure we've looked at Might and Magic and Menace and MoteMancer, but whatever. Oh, right, Outbound. Yeah, the minivan game. Yep. Is this out? Oh, it's coming out in 2 weeks. Oh. Beep, beep. There's a little dog on the dashboard. Did you see it? There it is! Paws and whiskers. Wow. Dogs! Oh my goodness. I wanted to love this demo, but the world was too compact for a van. What is the point of this game? Because this feels like an interesting intersection between Are We There Yet? A game just about driving and overcoming challenges, or a base building game where you stay in one place, but you make the place that you're at really awesome. So I don't know if the goal is to get, like, to finish a road trip and make yourself creature comforts as you go. What do you do? What do you do? It is an exploration game, but it's pretty heavily vibes based. That's fair. Well, Raft, the idea of movement is based on of scarcity, right? Like you die if you don't move in Raft because you run out of stuff. And you could argue about that, but like Raft is very much a scarcity game. This does not look like a scarcity game, you know? This isn't about road trip either. Yeah. Huh. My favorite character from the A team was Van. I don't know. Well, where did my what's up, Yund? All right, what am I doing here? What a great note. Thank you. I'm gonna read this later. I'm gonna read this later and be like, what was I talking about? So this is a cozy game. There you go. We've added dogs. That sure is a note. Thank you. Next up, Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. So I don't know if publisher Hooded Horse, hello. I don't know if this is a game by the original developers or if this is the Love Letter one, or if the Love Letter one was a game that I already owned that I can't remember the name of. What was the Love Letter game called? I have too many games, chat. I have so many games. Hooded Horse has my attention. Yeah. Hey, Honey Banani, how are you, friend? Thank you so much for 84 months. I really appreciate it. I need to go through here and hide games I'm never going to play again to make it easier to find. It's gone forever. I am thinking of Song of Conquest. Chat's ability to translate the surgisms, huge. So Songs of Conquest came out, and this felt like a modern love letter to Heroes of Might and Magic. And then we've seen quite a few trailers for this. I believe like Video Game Awards and stuff have been actually showing the cinematic trailers for this for a while. Apparently it's coming out at the end of the month. I don't know. As an old, I played a lot of Heroes in Might and Magic, specifically 2 and 3. But when I was playing Songs of Conquest, I don't know if like I changed or modern games changed. It didn't quite hit me as hard as I was hoping it would have, but maybe actual factual Heroes of Might and Magic will. Big tentacles in the background, nice. I really enjoyed what I played of Songs of Conquest, but I also wasn't super into the old Heroes games. Like, don't get me wrong, it was neat. It's just like, after playing 2 or 3 games, I didn't find myself immediately wanting to like fire up and play another one. This is Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. You know, check out the release date trailer. This is a new one. Big beetle. You know what's interesting? Maybe the part I like the least of this is actually the fighting. I like the exploration. I like the building. I like the fantasy monsters. I think the combat was always kind of weird for me. Because, like, who wins in a fight? 3 giant minotaurs or 100 weird little dudes? That math was always really tough for me, I guess. You can skip most of the combat. The fighting was your least favorite part as well? Yeah. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 was always won by the huge army. Yeah, but I always wanted to make the big army, right? Who wins? 1 giant dragon or 8 dwarves with a gun? There was a cinematic trailer that I thought I remembered seeing at a bunch of trailer shows where there's like elves and then tree people show up and then, I don't know. Was that also for this game? Imagine if it was for this game, it would have shown up somewhere else. Publisher Hooded Horse. Winky face. One dragon beats a group of 8 gun dwarves, but 8 dwarves standing separated by 1 hex beats the dragon. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just feel like every time I play one of these games, I think I'm kind of vibing. I don't understand the tech tree. I get absolutely run over in combat and I just uninstall. It could just be that I'm bad. I don't know. It's an RTS, kind of, right? Yeah. I play these games on easy because I don't enjoy losing. I mean, I think that's the same thing too, right? Hex tactics might not be my jam. I think that might just be where it comes from. I love the vibe. I love the aesthetic. I love the idea of heroes and picking up swords and getting stronger and training armies of dwarves. I think the issue is not that I don't enjoy losing, but I don't understand why, I think is the tough part, right? Because like, what are the stats of any of these units? How do you understand the comparative strength of stuff? That's me with a lot of these games. A while ago, I picked up Age of Wonder 4 because I wanted to love it, but I just can't grasp it. And I can't figure out where I'm going wrong. May I direct you to the last 30 hours of Slay the Spire 2 content I've played where I just get bullied over and over. I think the part that makes it interesting, it's not I'm adverse to losing, because I've shown that I'm perfectly okay losing over and over and over. I think it's like losing without a clear understanding of why or how to correct it is tough. For modern context, I also don't like losing and then having to redo the motions for 15 minutes to try again. Yeah. But anyways, this game is a beloved, and I'm stoked for people who are stoked for it. Menace is a game. I actually have a key for Menace. I'm just worried that Menace isn't surge safe. Also Hooded Horse. Anyways, here's Menace. This game is very close to being something I'm stoked about, but I don't know if I'm stoked about this. This kind of reminds me of, I think it's called Company of Heroes. Menace has some bad words in the barks. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think this is closer to Company of Heroes than an XCOM. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been following the development of this one. It's been a bumpy ride. Interesting. Okay, this is nothing actually what the game looks like. Let's go to the actual launch trailer. That's very funny. That is a cinematic trailer that has very little to do with the actual gameplay. Lamau.
Let's get it, sir. Where you need me?
There's a lot of turn-based abstraction, so I don't know how much Company would be. So I guess the reason I compare it to the Company of Heroes is because sometimes the unit you're commanding is a squad as opposed to an individual, I guess. The cinematic trailer is how you want to feel when you play it. Ah, interesting. I do like that there's giant bugs. As an old StarCraft enjoyer, Hunker Down versus Bugs is a game mode that I quite enjoy. The trailer was so far away from the actual gameplay, it's wild. Pardon me. We're going out for lunch, sweetie. We're going out for lunch, yeah. So I appreciate the idea of a snack. I do have the hungry hiccups, but we're going for a big lunch, so I don't think I should have a snack now, or else I won't have room for food. I don't want to spoil my appetite for lunch with friends today. Am I going for fried chicken? I am, and it's to a different one. It's devastating. Joe is so mad about it. I don't know if you were here at the top of the stream when I continued the updated ongoing drama about just trying to get some fried chicken in the city. Did you not get fried chicken yesterday? Sure didn't, bud. Sure didn't. I don't want to add any more trailers for now. If we get to the end and we still have time to go, we can add some more. But I have quite a few to go through, and I only have about another hour to stream. So this looks like Squad. This looks really interesting. How did I describe it? Tactical RPG. So tactical RPG. What kind of fried chicken? Korean fried chicken. The only KFC we have around here is Korean fried chicken. Tactical RPG. How would you describe this? How would you describe this aesthetic? This is like big robot and bugs. Fire Emblem with guns, since it has static squad leaders. Interesting. Fire Emblem, yeah, a cross between BattleTech and Phoenix Point, I think, is a good idea. That's yeah. BattleTech, Phoenix Point is an excellent vibe. So Kingdom Hearts, not Kingdom Hearts. I'm sorry. What did you say? You said Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, I think of as being more a rock, paper, scissors game than a tactics game. A tactics game, I think of like guy behind cover, 50% chance to hit, right? This I think of as a tactics game. When I think of a Fire Emblem game, I think of... How do I draw a spear? I think of as a rock, paper, scissor game. Oh, again. Let me get my definition out before you attack me. Right? Like there's two different styles of tactics. Okay, look, let me again before you attack me. Let me finish. Raven. And I realize that both of these are by definition like a style of tactics, right? Because they are both turn-based and they both make things go around. But I feel like this is a very specific genre of tactics, which I like to call the rock, paper, scissors. The rock, paper, scissors style, as opposed to the cover style. Does that make sense? There's a wall. There's a permeable barrier here, and maybe some ideas come back and forth, but I feel like there's often two. There's like they're different genres. Fire Emblem never really had cover-based tactics. There's terrain bonuses. Yeah. Right? Because like one of the things that this genre has is like a very slow, very strategic, like they call it the Overwatch shuffle, right? Like you move up and you have to be very careful, and like your time to kill is very high. And this one is all about like, oh, okay, here's my opponent's X's, and I'm just gonna make sure that all my O's line up in the right way to make it work. This feels like it has a lot more like back and forth changes, and this has a lot to do with like if you set your initial engage up properly, it's over. I don't know. Fire Emblem plays more on damage reduction against health instead of hit percentage with minimal health. Yeah. Fire Emblem has very specific positional considerations. No, absolutely, right? Like it all comes down to this rock paper scissor, right? The dividing line between them is more porous than one would guess. Probably. I think I draw umbrage against your line in the sand about what is tactics and what is not. That's fair. They're both definitely tactics games. There's a binary here from XCOM to Fire Emblem. And I don't know where they end up. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense that you prefer a cover shooter in a tactical game, for sure. Yes, thank you. Graphic design is my passion. It's a spectrum, not a binary. 100%. These are the two genders, chat. All right? There's two genders that I've heard so much about. Is it really strange to me that the JRPG style game is dismissed? I'm not trying to be dismissive of it. I don't know. I just when I think of a tactics game, my first thought is over here, and you are correct to push back that these are both tactics. They're just very different. They're very different. So I don't know. Anyways, when somebody said this is like a Fire Emblem, I do not see this as a Fire Emblem. I see this much more as an XCOM than a Fire Emblem when I look at this. But maybe this is based purely on vibes and based on like the use of cover and stuff like that. But again, I could be totally wrong. Maybe there's a rock, paper, scissor of mecha is good against infantry. Infantry is good against tank. Tank is good against mecha. Yeah, but no, I don't think I was dismissive. I just don't think this is a Fire Emblem. I thought the vibes of like Battletech into Phoenix Point was pretty spot on in terms of like the scale of the units and probably where the combat's going to work out. For me, it's more of a Fire Emblem if my little guys can have in-depth conversations with themselves and become better fighters because of it. Interesting. Become better fighters. Huh. Yeah, because like a major XCOM thing as well is also, you know, slowly developing and leveling up your troops. Like that's, you know, as the game continues and as you, I mean, it's funny often these streams just turn into a definition of like what is a game, what is a genre, what do words mean? I think there's probably a world where the Fire Emblem type triangle is used in a cover tactics game, but it's probably not isolated for sure. For sure. What is a sandwich? Nobody knows. I don't think anybody's ever actually had a sandwich. XCOM's personality system is user generated though, while Fire Emblem is prescriptive. And I think that has less to do generally with the tactics marks. Oh, for real. Yeah. Let's check out Aether and Iron. Oh, this is so funny. We were looking at Train Game earlier. This is one we've looked at before. This game is odd. This game feels like kind of a mess, but let's take a look at it. Let's watch the trailer and we'll talk about it after. I remember seeing this trailer and being like, I have no idea what this game is.
New York City, 1939. A floating metropolis, ruled by the iron fists of the barons. It's an empire of steel, held aloft by the miracle of Aether, a substance that can lift the tallest buildings to the heavens. Dive into an alternate history where Aether and Iron rule the skies. You are Gia, an underworld smuggler.
So the vibe of this game seems incredible, right? You're like, okay. And then it turns into this.
Recruit allies and make enemies. Roll the dice. Because when luck runs out, your skill.
Like, how much of the game is this weird driving combat thing? I don't know what this game is.
And your weapons to uncover the.
I'm playing this game on another monitor as we speak and it rocks. Oh, okay, Measure of Hope. What's up?
You just may save yourself.
This game is more RPG than I thought, but all the combat is cars based. Here's the release trailer. So yeah, like 1930s, but like City of the Future vibe with RPG and dice rolling. And then there's this car battle minigame.
Smuggling business behind.
I know Aether better than anyone, and I know how to help with the wasting. A little. Anyway, please, just let me try. I don't think I'm at any risk.
Yeah, have a good one, Raven.
A lot of runaways think the life of an Aetherneer is easier than what they have up here.
The Civil War has some of them playing mercenary. We call them gray caps. The Finks are selling their Aether guns in Dreamland. We need to see who's buying.
Draw your pistol. I mean, it's going to take a while, but I have been practicing my art classes.
For a better, peaceful tomorrow. For all of New York!
Remember, act like a bloodthirsty sadist who wrecks everything around you. Basically, just be 8-shot.
I do love the, like, what is this game? Followed immediately by somebody in chat being like, I'm playing it right now and I love it, which is pretty cool. So 1930s, I like to call this retro futurism. All combat is handled by turn-based car fight. Would you agree with that? You know, it's like a past future thing. Oh, an alternate 1930s where anti-gravitational technology has taken stuff. That's so funny. Give me a second. I'm going to fill up my water. Art Deco futurism. Nice. Reading the game explains the game. Yeah. The noir monologue is pretty strong. Nice. We need an architect here to yell at us because Art Deco was the 20s and not the 30s. I would like you to see that I did not write the words Art Deco, but yeah. Everybody ready to get stabbed. Good job, Pass Surge. I probably have a bunch of these already, but let's make more. Why do these say reading when none of them have reading in them? Maybe the quote bot is broken. I don't know, man. Yeah. I guess, yeah, exclamation reading brings up things about reading. No, that's fair. That's fair, Lee. All right, next up we have Moonsigil Atlas. What are you? Oh, here we go. The deck building roguelike with no energy. Play cards using physical space. Slot cards together, manipulate the shape of your cards, and create overpowered combos to break the game. Oh, interesting. More powerful effects take more space. Huh. Huh. I love Escape from Tarkov. And you upgrade it and it changes the shape. Shape your deck. I like what I see what they did there. Boo. Huh. Huh. What an interesting angle to try and balance stuff on. What a weird constraint. There's a demo. You're going to go try this one? Yeah. I like that it's different. I do wonder how you balance it. Deal 4 damage to enemies in this region. Play all attack runes in this region become shield runes and vice versa. Add a copy of Soul Webbed to your hand. Do you think the world is ready for Tetris's triangles? Everybody moved from squares to hexes. And yet they're like, no hexes. What if we had triangles instead? Runes are the symbols inside of the triangle cards. The Moon of Ire, the Moon of Wrath, the Moon Caller Titan. This game looks very pretty. Weird. Weird, but also cool. Energyless, Maidenless, Tarnished. Energyless Deck Builder. Instead, there's a limited play area and cards. Play cards until the space is filled. Very interesting. Very interesting. Huh. And the enemies occupy the board, so you play your cards matters. Oh, I imagine so too. There'd be like a strategy for overlapping and probably like a denial strategy as well. Oh, right, this one. No, that's cool. That's interesting. I'll keep my eyes on that one for sure. MoteMancer is neat. This is we've looked at this one in the past. This is a fantasy automation game. This game seems like my jam, except for one thing. It's on a hex system. And the fact that the conveyor belts aren't straight, I can see, will bug me so much. I don't know about y'all, but like, those conveyor belts give me anxiety. Also, there's a lot of visual noise, 100% too, right? Like, it's very, very, very pretty. But boy, is it noisy. There's some gay conveyors. Dang. I started salivating when I saw the portal gate effect. There's definitely people who this game is absolutely for. Look, I play factory games to make nature bend to my will, not the other way around. All right? All right? I don't play a factory game to respect nature, chat. Yeah, this is another very interesting take on like the factory game genre. And I don't know if it's for me, but that's okay. Not everything has to be for Surge. Fantasy / organic take. Factory conveyor belts not being straight gives Surge anxiety. An alchemical automation game of logistical puzzles across 6 elemental planes. Each element offers unique tools for power transport and defense. Defense? There's combat? Rewarding adaptation and experimentation. Huh. What about my spaghetti crimes? I'd like you to know that my spaghetti is perfect. And there are no crimes if it's off the grid. All right? All right, next up, Pathbreaker Roaming Blades. Oh, cute. This is a turn-based tactical RPG where you lead a company of mercenaries in a medieval fantasy world. Try your hand at mercenary work, trading, and exploring, and keep your crew well stocked for brutal combat in a procedurally generated open world campaign. You have my attention. This kind of looks like an intersection between War Tales and Stone Shard, and that seems dope. This looks rad. The world map is kind of funny. Did I ever try Battle Brothers? I never did. I've heard Battle Brothers is really good, but the visuals of that game was never for me. I don't know, for whatever reason, just like the floating head in the outline. The noise is a little bit unsettling. That's fair. This looks so good. You have the initiative up at the top, but yeah, this does feel like a very interesting intersection between a couple of different games that I've played before. It's great though. Battle Brothers seems like the version of these mercenary games. Yeah. I really enjoyed War Tales. War Tales was just a little too violent for my channel. But this game was great.
How's the wound?
I think it went down to mixed. Oh, wait, hold on.
Bleeding at least, but we're out of bandages.
Perfect. No bandages, no wine, and we're eating rats for the month.
Battle Brothers would be great if it had a visual overhaul. Let's see where you're coming from. Hold on, let's jump ahead here. So this was War Tales. This game was great. So you're a mercenary company, and then it turned into this sort of like square-based combat system. You like run around. You had to make enough money to pay your band every so often. It was really cool, very big. And then they released a DLC where you like manage a tavern, and everyone got mad about it, which was very funny. But this game was great, very positive up until recently. The War Tales DLC is so funny, but yeah, you could see sort of the way combat worked in this one. I never minded the Battle Brothers visuals, but I can see how it wouldn't work for everybody. Yeah. So Battle Brothers looked like this. And that was just a little too abstracted for me, right? They added a werewolf DLC to which one? War Tales or this? Holy art style Batman. Yeah, it's... I mean, again, some people are totally chill with that, but like you start off your army. And they're just sort of these weird, like... They kind of remind me of a stylized miniature, you know what I mean? Also, I think one of the things that I love, and Cafe Trinken just pointed it out, I think I like how this isn't super grimdark, right? Like War Tales is just like a little too, like, I don't know, dark and violent and heavy. I kind of just like the idea of a fantasy world that's a little bit lighter stakes. God, like the new Larian game, Divinity or whatever, that trailer was so much, right? Like even Baldur's Gate 3, it was just like, was it Divinity 3? I thought the game was just called Divinity. Doesn't matter. Even Baldur's Gate 3 sometimes is like, man, can we just have like some fun fantasy? Guys, have a good time. The new Divinity game, yeah. And this seems great. Yeah, highly like. How are they describing it? Cute, turn-based, tactical game where you operate a magical, we'll go with medieval fantasy mercenary company. Honestly, when I keep saying that I want fantasy XCOM, this might be pretty close. They really leaned into the look for an adult and serious game dev company, maybe a bit too much. Yeah. Older Divinity games had similar dark vibes. Oh, 100%, but yeah. Did you see the new Divinity trailer? That's what I'm talking about. It was so much. Have I seen Banner Saga? Yep. I don't think it super hooked me, but I'm aware of Banner Saga. Honestly, Baldur's Gate is fantasy XCOM. It's too many decisions though, right? And also Baldur's Gate, your homies can't die. They can die, but your homies can't die. You're just gonna reload if your homies die. You know what I mean? Too character driven. It does have good combat. My biggest critique of Baldur's Gate is I just don't have enough time. Like literally my job is to play video games. I don't have enough time to play that video game. Oh, I love permadeath in some games. We're coming back to the XCOM conversation again. We always coming back. I think permadeath is super important in XCOMs, but in XCOM, the story is not focused on your characters, and so it's allowable. All right. What is Gambonanza? Turn-based chess roguelike. Oh God. Set on a smaller board with higher stakes. Sure. Did they try to Balatro chess? What is this? One of these days I'll check out Wildermyth. I've heard good things. What could be higher stakes than chess? It's literally the king's game. It's the king's game, and yet it's the queen's gambit. Sorry. Hold on. Is it just me? Or is that like that splash screen? Maybe I'm wrong. No. No. No, I'm not. There. I don't know. Do you see it? Do you see it? That art style? Don't change a winning formula. Yeah. Even if it's not your formula. Yeah. We started this off talking about Raccoin, which was sort of another Balatro-like. I don't know. It's interesting. I think if I wanted to play chess, I'd just play chess, though. All right, let's keep going. What is the Wielders of the Essence? Incremental base building horde survival. Good start. Short runs earn you resources to construct buildings, which unlock new powers, troops, and spells. Every run pushes you forward, even if you die. Delightfully chaotic and surprisingly chill. Was this written by a reviewer?
Hey, we're Lava Potion, and this is our game, Wielders of the Essence. The game is a blend of survivor roguelikes and incremental games, meaning you fight until victory or death, and then you build stuff. Stuff, I say. Yes, stuff. Building stuff in your town will unlock new or better skills, troops, spells, well, more ways to dominate. Bring back loot, build something new, and then you have unlocked powers you didn't have before. Most runs might end with your defeat, but you'll still bring back the...
Is the volume all over the place for y'all for this one too?
So, first, the chaos of a run. Killing, blowing things up, running away! Then a short rest while building things, upgrading things. Watch your little town grow as you unlock new, cool stuff to try out in the next one. If this sounds like your kind of game, there's a demo out right now. Give it a run and let us know what you think.
This has a demo too. This seems kind of my jam, but maybe also kind of a giant mess. Oh, it's published by Coffee Stain. Really? This one currently feels like a mess of a lot of different things I like a lot. Right? This is very Heroes of Might and Magic, this screen. The combat, to call this incremental, is kind of odd. The combat looks very Vampire Survivors. And then you upgrade your town and then go back. Weird loop. Is there too many systems going on at once? I don't know. Sometimes that can work really well, right? I just don't know what this game wants to be. This is the same guys who did Song of Conquest? Yes. Okay, that would explain why the art style is the same. It's literally the same developers. Why does this feel like Songs of Conquest and Vampire Survivors? There you go, strangely. You're a prophet. You knew. That's so funny. The Songs of Conquest devs made a survivor-like, and it includes kingdom building aspects. Incremental. Their words. Demo available. Weird. Weird. I really want a game that's like the map exploration of Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Uh-huh. And then just like no combat? I don't know. Yeah. We were talking about Heroes of Might and Magic earlier because there's a new Heroes of Might and Magic coming out soon. I was like, man, so on the fence about that. Ealu, a cozy handmade stop motion adventure. Unless the maze takes a darker turn. Uh-oh. Guide your wooden mouse through a labyrinth. Okay. You just think this game is cute? What about the darker turn? What if it's spooky? Do I need my safety hoodie kits? This is really cute though. Cheese! This is adorable. Oh no! What was that? There's the beast at the bottom. This sort of stop motion freaks me out as a kid who encountered Scandinavian children's programming from the 70s. Interesting. Having to do stop motion for every possible iteration of a puzzle seems exhausting. I mean, I also like that this feels very Swedish. It's kind of funny. Yeah. I think that's a labor of love you sign yourself up for if you want to do stop motion stuff though, right? Is having to go through all of these exhausting permutations. I really wanted to buy songs on the next sale, and I forgot again. I keep forgetting about the Steam X sales. I was just cleaning up my spam folder and saw the spring sale was a week ago. Brutal Hosk. This is a handmade wooden stop motion puzzle game about a happy little mouse. Cool. Fascinating. I do wonder how much the medium limits like how many puzzles you can have. But the vibe of this game is also just super cute, so whatever, right? Yeah, also tell me more about this weird Scandinavian children program you ran into in the 70s. I think very interesting. And in the meantime, I'm going to check out Cauldron. Carius and Bactus. It's wild, still traumatized. Norwegian children's novel written and illustrated by playwright Torbjorn Egner. The book was published in 1949. The main characters, Carius and Bactus, their names are puns, and they're two small tooth trolls that live inside of cavities within the teeth of a boy named Jens. They have a very good life, especially whenever Jens eats white bread with syrup and doesn't brush his teeth. Interesting. This is all about the importance of brushing your teeth. I get it. Yeah. The story, with its humorous illustrations and important message, has become a classic of Norwegian's children's literature. Since its publication, the idea of tooth trolls has been used as a device for generations among Scandinavian children. Huh. Never seen that one. That's very funny. All right, Cauldron. Upgrade heavy, minigame centric, turn-based RPG. Sure. Serge, I have time for no more games, but let's investigate stuff. Look, that's part of what the game is. I feel that sometimes if I just watch a game for 30 seconds and click on the next one, like I want to have a conversation about every game. Not every game opens up a topic of conversation for everything, but if I don't give myself time, then, you know, where do we find ourselves? Gather fish. I'm in. This is a very visually heavy trailer. A lot of like... Is this Mario Party, the RPG? Right? The idea that you have to go and play mini games in different areas. Oh, this is actually really charming. Cauldron, the minigame RPG. Wow. Picture Mario Party. This is actually so charming. I don't know how to say this. Play mini games to strengthen your party. I'm going to use their things. Play mini games to strengthen your party. Yeah. Win a battle. Open map. Rinse and repeat. This is a 2025 trailer. All right, find whoever suggested it and ban. No, you're fine. I've closed submissions for more trailers. We're approaching 4-hour point. I'd love to get the suggestion next time, Voidhawk, and I feel bad that it's a call out for your friend's game, but I do need to cap it because I have lunch plans. Simply arrive earlier next time is not super helpful. Oh, it's the SRAB that we're banning? Goodbye, Goodbye, SRAB. Silicone Heart. I know, I'm sorry, Voidhawk. Sorry, I read heart there. Build a self-sustaining cyber farm in a planet-sized junkyard. Oh, is this a Stardew-like, but with a very different kind of vibe? Let's check it out. Trailer starts now. Where's my audio? Does this trailer have no audio? This trailer might not have any audio. Spending Easter with my family instead of watching Surge was my first mistake. That's okay. We can correct it. We can correct it. There being no audio on this trailer is tragic because this game does look really cute. It's not meant to be a call out, Voidhawk. I can't even say stuff like jokingly. You must survive. Interesting. There is audio, but it's incredibly low. This is pinned. This is at 100%. I literally cannot make anything any louder. Oh, that's cursed. Oops. The smirk there kind of reminds me of Army of Darkness, to be honest. With I'm actually curious. I don't know. What do you see it? Especially with the one hand thing. Just me? Two people smirking? I guess. Maybe there's a little bit more different. I don't know. Dave the Cyber Trash Farmer? Yeah, it's kind of an interesting take on like a Stardew like, right? Second trailer's more audio? Oh, you're right. Okay. Uncover the truth kind of turns me away from games these days. A bit too overused. What if we have a very simple premise for our video game, but there is also a dark secret? That's a workplace hazard right there. Some of the humor of this game is very bizarre. Crafting table, farming, robots everywhere. Water extractor. Oh, automated crops. I wonder if you have to pretend that you're a robot. Who is this game for? I'm just wondering the intersection of like cozy farming game, but also like whatever this humor and art style is, you know what I mean? It's not quite automation. Yeah, it just feels like a very like almost two clashing, conflicting. The intersection of cozy farming and weird sci-fi conspiracy. Okay, that's exactly for you. This is for Stardew Valley. Not just American men in their 30s. I feel like you need to be like a prepper. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't just for like white dudes in their 30s. I think this is for people who wanted to be like, what if I had a nuclear fallout bunker? A prepper, I take offense to that. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what this vibe is, you know? I want to play a cozy game, but I also have watched the Chernobyl documentary 17 times. Like, that's you? Cozy farm-like, but also weird robot thing. I enjoy cozy farming, but I don't need it to be self-insert, and I enjoy sci-fi. You know what? I like that. Cozy farm thing isn't self-insert and very sci-fi is a great way to describe that. You visited Chernobyl in 2018. Really? The Chernobyl tourism stuff is so wild to me. I guess obviously it's like safe to visit right now. I was watching just randomly because YouTube is YouTube. I was watching this video the other day about the incidental discovery of the first ever, I think they call it an elephant foot, of like giant liquid super radioactive blob. We did a 2-day tour and even stayed the night inside the zone. That's so cool, Inkslayer. I really like games with protagonists that have personality. That's valid. As a nuclear engineer, I'd love to go there. You're a nuclear engineer? God, this community is so smart sometimes. It's actually really intimidating. Like, we have literal rocket scientists. We have multiple PhDs. You're a nuclear engineer? Good Lord. That's wild. Hello. It's me, the internet clown. Haha. All right. Our penultimate game is called Killer Bean. You are a killer bean, a rogue assassin coffee bean who takes out the trash of the world. What? The story changes every time you start a new campaign in this first/third person roguelike shooter. It's called Killer Bean Studios.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because I'm good at what I do. Really good. I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency.
This looks like a high-budget Newgrounds game. That is so accurate.
Powerful enough to shape the world. Until they lied to me and tried to kill me. Now, I'm gonna destroy them.
You're the gosh darn idiot.
This game is part of a series that has a movie. Wild.
Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die.
Why does that coffee bean have a butt? He's doing gun kata.
They made me who I am.
Okay, honestly, the giant mecha robot Sea-Doo wave fight seems extremely cool. That seems extremely cool. Okay, dope. Extremely campy. Action game about a coffee bean former assassin out for revenge. Here's a photo of me in the zone. Yes, I'm wearing a Desert Bus shirt. Yo. That's so wild. That's so cool. Huh. This game really wants to be a 90s action flick. Apparently, it's part of a cinematic universe. That's really cool, Inkslayer. All right, let's talk about Subnautica 2. This will be our closing thought for the day. So, for those of you who haven't been following Subnautica 2, beloved sequel to Subnautica 1, The company responsible for making Subnautica was purchased by a large company called Krafton. Krafton out of, I believe they're a Korean mega company or something like that. And part of the promise of buying the company was that if the development team, which they wanted to keep together, was able to release the game on time and hit certain sales goals, that the management team and the development team could basically get an additional, this is pretty common, it's like an additional bonus on the sale of like $250 million. Like a wild, wild, wild amount of money, of additional money was promised to the company as part of like the subject of the sale. And then it looked like they were going to deliver it. And now there's this massive lawsuit where the former leadership team is accusing Krafton of deliberately trying to sabotage the release of the game so they wouldn't have to pay out the bonus, to the point that like a judge actually intervened, and previously the management team was fired and they've been put back in charge of it. And it's a giant, giant, giant mess. There's so many legal shenanigans that are happening. So as it currently stands, I don't know if I could touch this game with like a 30-foot pole. But the management team has been put back in charge. Like the people that you would want to reward for this put it back there, and the people that made the game originally are all there. It's all very interesting. Oh, hi, Lady Mix. We're talking about Subnautica 2. Congrats on touching grass. This is like wild, wild, wild levels of drama. I don't know if a new trailer has come out since. This is a safety hoodie trailer, you know. This is a safety hoodie trailer, so, you know, enjoy. I don't have a hoodie on, so I'm going to do this. Light. Light means friend, right? I have a very, very real fear of the horrifying dark depths of the ocean. Oh, good times, good times. So yeah, where somebody phrased something that resonated with me really weird. I simultaneously don't want to give Krafton money, but I also want to reward the devs to hit the sales goal so they can get paid. Yeah, it's tough, right? I live on an island. I don't live in the sea. All right. You sure can be both of those things. So yeah, there's these really interesting questions to ask yourself on certain games of, you know, good people, good, passionate people who care about what they do, you know, made a thing. And it'd be really cool, you know, to reward them for making the cool thing. And on the flip side, seems like there's some pretty not cool people who would also profit from that. I heard somewhere that for every $1 the game made, Krafton would have to pay out $3. Oh. Fascinating. That's everything in a nutshell? Yeah. I'm really curious to see where Subnautica 2 is going to end up when it releases, as both like how good is the game going to be? who's actually in charge and gets to, like, you know, profit off its release. A lot of horrible people profit, even though some well-intentioned stuff, for real. I bet Subnautica 2 ends up underwater. Thanks, Hosk. Don't like crafting, hype for Subnautica 2. I think it's okay to be both of those things, right? Yeah, I don't know. This is my very, very, very real fear. Holy moly. Yeah, there are definitely different lines, right? Yeah, like I will never touch Harry Potter again. Like that is one where, you know, the profit line, the ethics line has been long crossed, you know? Yeah, like, no thank you. No thank you. I was at a restaurant the other day. I heard somebody making like Harry Potter, even just making Harry Potter references. I was like, why? Ugh. Making faces. Thanks, Hosk. Thank you for that one. Hi, buddy. Hosk, this is a family stream. Yeah. All right. Let's go with there, friends. Thank you for joining me for trailer day. It's fun. I like to do trailers. I like to talk about video games. Even if sometimes we have these very circular conversations about what is and what is not a video game category, right? Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. I couldn't do what I do without each and every one of you. And I appreciate it. Yeah, I suppose if you are a celebrator of it, happy Easter. Happy Bun Day to everybody else. Enjoy your Sunday. So what's the rest of my week look like? Am I back tomorrow? I am back tomorrow. Short stream tomorrow morning. I'm going to be probably playing some more Slay the Spire as I continue to absolutely get bullied in Ascension 10. I will get that win, and I want you there for that win. I want you there for my first Ascension 10 win, everybody. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you want to see short form chopped up versions of stuff, Joe and I just launched a new YouTube channel. She put a link to it there. Love it if we could get to 100 subs. That means we can monetize it, which isn't going to be a huge amount, but it would be cool to make some money. If you miss the win, you'll be upset. 8 a.m. tomorrow, friends. All right, we're going to go raid my friend Molly. She's streaming Project Zomboid. So a bit of a content warning over there, but she's great. The game is great. Go make a new friend. Goodbye, everybody. And I'll see you soon. Ciao. Bongos. Yes, very good. Thank you, Anime Kitty.